I, John, am the one who heard and saw all these things. Let all on the earth and in heaven sing. Jesus is the source of David and heir to his throne. If you find and follow Jesus, you will never be alone. He is the bright morning star. He is the God who's never far. The Spirit and the bride say, come. Let anyone who hears this say, come. Let anyone who is thirsty come, because the work of the cross is done. Drink freely from the water of life. The way and truth is Jesus Christ. He sent an angel to present this revelation to his servant John. The day of truth is about to dawn. The angels in a group of seven. He comes with the clouds of heaven. Comes with the clouds of heaven. This revelation to his servant John. The day of truth is about to dawn. The angels in a group of seven. He comes with the clouds of heaven. Comes with the clouds of heaven. Clouds of I, John, am the one who heard and saw all these things. Let all on the earth and in heaven sing. Jesus is the source of David and heir to his throne. If you find and follow Jesus, you will never be alone. He is the bright morning star. He is the God who's never far. The Spirit and the bride say, come. Let anyone who hears this say, come. Let anyone who is thirsty come, because the work of the cross is done. Drink freely from the water of life. The way and truth is Jesus Christ. He sent an angel to present this revelation to his servant John. The day of truth is about to dawn. The angels in a group of seven. He comes with the clouds of heaven. Comes with the clouds of heaven. John, am the one who heard and saw all these things. Let all on the earth and in heaven sing. Jesus is the source of David and heir to his throne. If you find and follow Jesus, you will never be alone. He is the bright morning star. He is the God who's never far. The Spirit and the bride say, come. Let anyone who hears this say, come. Let anyone who is thirsty come, because the work of the cross is done. Drink freely from the water of life. The way and truth is Jesus Christ. He sent an angel to present this revelation to his servant John. The day of truth is about to dawn. The angels in a group of 7. He comes with the clouds of heaven. Comes with the clouds of heaven. This revelation to his servant John. The day of truth is about to dawn. The angels in a group of 7. He comes with the clouds of heaven. He comes with the clouds of heaven. I, John, am the one who heard and saw all these things. Let all on the earth and in heaven sing. Jesus is the source of David and heir to his throne. If you find and follow Jesus, you will never be alone. He is the bright morning star. He is the God who's never far. The Spirit and the bride say, come. Let anyone who hears this say, come. John am the one who heard and saw all these things. Let all on the earth and in heaven sing. Jesus is.
All right, everyone, we're here tonight. Wow. I think we're here. I think I'm here. Anyway, good to be with you tonight. And hang on a second as we get everything going. Okay, let's stay back here. Okay, everyone. All right, we're going to be answering a lot of questions tonight, and we're going to do it in layman's language mainly. So get ready for some of that tonight. All right. We're going to do it where everybody can understand it, basically. I'm going to try my best. Tonight. All right, hope you're ready for all this. I'm going to be doing it in a way that can be understood. And so we're going to talk about what's about to happen in the next few months, the next few years, as far as cryptocurrency goes, and what involves you and how it involves you and the whole thing. Right? Like I said, we're going to do it in English as best as we can. So, in a language that you can understand, kind of in dummies language, some people call it technicals for dummies, or people who are new. That would be us. And so we're going to get that. I have some friends that are going to be coming on with me and interviewing me on it and talking about it. So I have Daryl Paul on tonight. I don't know if Nicole's going to be on with us or not. I guess we'll find out here in a little bit. But I know Daryl Paul's going to be with us tonight, going to be interviewing me, asking questions, and then we're going to be answering those questions the best that we can. So really, really, really cool. So get ready because we're going to dive in deep tonight. We're going to get in so much information that we're going to be glad that we documented it or that we copyrighted it. Or, you know, yeah, it's going to be copyrighted. So Cass can get back in there and jump in there and get a hold of it whenever you want because we're going to, in the next, maybe tonight and tomorrow night, maybe even Wednesday night, I'm going to be giving you an extreme amount of information in English concerning some hard to understand things, right? Some of these things are hard to understand. So we're going to try to put it in the language that I would understand it in. And so get ready for that tonight. And hang on a second here. Is that this? righty, here we go. I think we're going to make it tonight. I think we're actually going to do it. Okay, I'm going to get ready to call them in here in just a moment. We'll get them on the line. I don't know exactly. I gave them about 15 minutes notice, so this. So, um, yeah, so we get ready to do that tonight. I'm going to explain to you guys some really, really interesting things, and so hopefully you can get a hold of where we are at and where we're going and why you need to understand it, because it's extremely important that you understand it, not just somebody throw a bunch of information at you and you walk away like going, what did that mean? Right? Exactly. Which is a lot of times what happens to me. So I want to make sure that we will do that for you. And okay, so all right, we are going to do that. I'm trying to work on some things. Give me a second here. I think everybody can hear me, right? I'm on. Everybody can hear me and see everything going on. Yeah. Yeah, we have a hot problem in here again today. My air conditioning, brand new air conditioning, blew out again. So now making me want to find another place. I'm having too many problems with these people. So hopefully we will figure that out soon. What's going on with all that? So text me tonight if you have any questions. I'm going to be trying to answer as many questions as I can, so everyone can kind of get an idea of what we are talking about and why we're talking about it. All right, so let's see if I have them on here yet. Are they on? Is Daryl Paul on? I can't tell if Daryl Paul's on or not. Oh, seriously. Hi, Daryl, are you on?
Yes, Randy, 15 minutes, no problem. I'm ready to go.
15 minutes. You mean I'll let you guys know 15? I'll let you know 15 minutes ahead of time that I'm going to be doing this.
Right.
Yeah, you're awesome, man. Are you by yourself tonight, or what's going on?
Nicole is probably in another meeting right now. She may be getting off that in the next half hour or so. So I'm not even sure she got me a message because I know she's doing a meeting right now, but she should be coming on shortly.
Yeah, I didn't send her a message. I sent you a message about maybe both you being on, and then if she wanted to be on too, that'd be great. So I never actually sent her a message. Yeah, so maybe that's what I need to do. I mean,
Okay, well, I have them and I'm ready to go when you are. So yeah.
okay, give me just a moment here, and I'm going to introduce this whole thing. So give me just a moment. I'm going to mute you just for a little bit. All right, everybody. I have Daryl Paul on with me tonight. I didn't text Nicole about it because I got to text Daryl about both of y'all being on. So she may be on here in a little bit. We'll just see what goes on. But so tonight we're going to be talking about some very, very interesting things. And so, yeah. Okay, let's go here. I'm trying to find all my information. All right, so we're going to be talking tonight about how everything came to the point to where we are doing having a system that's being set up. All these cryptocurrency. President Trump just passed a law for the Genius Law. The Genius Law passed, and even though they're all separate systems, the Texas system is separate from crypto. But I'm going to explain to you guys tonight how that they will merge together, not merge together. They will join together, and the cryptocurrency law that President Trump passed will indeed be be helpful to the to what's going to go on with Texas. We're going to explain all that. We may not do that tonight exactly, but what I wanted to do tonight is I wanted to kind of let you guys know why we are here, what caused this thing to happen that we are in this place of having to make, cryptocurrency. The reason that Texas has been in the last year, especially the last year, really picking up the speed of which it is trying to pass these laws in order for us to have a separate system, like a separate currency. And because the dollar is going to fall, they all know it's going to fall, or it's going to become valueless or less valuable to the point to where it's not going to be trusted. So people are going to be running from the dollar. We're going to tell you why and how all the process of the dollar becoming, weak in some unique terms tonight. We're going to talk about it in a very unique way tonight. And so here we're going to explain it to you. And so Daryl Paul is going to be asking me some questions, and I'm going to do my best to answer him. All right, let's get into it here. And so I think I prepped a little bit tonight. Maybe you're ready for this. Hopefully everybody's ready for this. I'm going to have Daryl Paul on with me here. So let's go get him on. All right, Daryl Paul, are you there?
Yep, I'm right here, Randy.
Okay, so let's start out. So you know what we're going to talk about tonight, of course. I sent you some notes on that, and so let's go ahead and get started. What do you have there?
Okay, let's just jump right in. So the first question I have for you is, I keep hearing about competing currency systems and the potential dollar collapse. How did we actually get to this point?
Okay, so how did we get to the point where our dollar's collapsing and we have competing currencies going on? That's a really good question, and it's always a fascinating story that goes back over like 50 years. It all started when America turned the dollar into a weapon, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, America turned it into a weapon. So,
How so?
how did they turn it into a weapon? Well, in 1971, which is when I got about the year that I got saved, thank God. President Nixon, as you know, you've talked about this, I think, before. He ended the gold standard. We used to be backed by the gold standard, right? You know about that. So,
Right.
yeah, so that's not really a new thing, but we're going to try to explain tonight how the process kind of began so people can understand it. So the process started in 1971 when he ended the gold standard for the United States of America. And before that, dollars were backed by real gold. And so after that, dollars were just backed by trust and government promises. So there wasn't anything really backing it. It was just a bunch of promises. And those promises kind of got messed up, right?
Okay. Anything else on that?
You got anything on it?
I don't have anything on it unless you want me to move to the next question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. We're trying to make this short. Well, I want to make this real short and sweet tonight. We could get into elaborate on a lot of things, but what I want to do tonight is try to make this really short and sweet and simple so that people go back and listen to this. They can kind of get an overall view. I think a lot of people know about these things, but they don't put them together, put the puzzle together like we're going to do tonight. So go ahead, yeah.
Okay.
So Nixon actually ended the gold standard, and before that, most people know that the dollar was backed by real gold, that shiny metal stuff. It's worth a lot. And after that, the dollars were basically just backed by trust, nothing permanent, nothing solid, and government promises. So we know how that goes.
Okay, so that's what made it an actual weapon.
Right. Because America created what's called the petrodollar. You're probably familiar with the petrodollar about oil. That's when they created what is called the petrodollar system, and basically forced the whole world to use dollars to buy oil, which was a lot of people. And so, plus we controlled the SWIFT banking system. That's just kind of a international way of transferring money. and so it's really it was really a big banking system, and they basically controlled that. And so if we didn't like what a country was doing, if America didn't like what a country was doing, like kind of like Russia or whatever, we could just cut them off from the global financial system, just like that. So that's kind of how it turned into a weapon.
So speaking of, you were speaking of Russia and some of these countries. Can you give an example of some of the other countries that America we cut off like that?
Yeah, I think one of the most familiar ones probably is Iran. Iran has become financially isolated for decades. We froze their assets and banned them from international banking. Which is when the world is run by the dollar and you're in control of the dollar whether it's turned, you could just turn somebody off in a second, just like the Antichrist is going to be able to do for us. It's kind of the same system, except the Antichrist is going to have it, right? So Russia got massive sanctions. Ukraine, North Korea is completely cut off. North Korea is completely cut off. Venezuela's economy was crippled by our sanctions. Even China, they're focused on trade restrictions and technology bans. We gave them trouble on trade restrictions, kind of like what Trump is doing right now with the trades and technology bans. We banned them on a lot of things, and so all these countries, China, Venezuela, Russia, Iran, Ukraine, North Korea, we just shut them off, and we could do that today. And so that's kind of how it really. I think most people know about these countries. They've caused some problems, and so what we do is we go in and we control them, basically, or try to control them. We're shutting off their money, their banking systems, and a lot of other systems.
Interesting. Okay. So, do we know how these countries have responded to what we've done?
Yeah, basically, I think most people understand that they hear a lot about it. We're going to put it together for them in a little package. They learned that all these companies learned that the U.S. dollar system was a national survival threat. Right? It was a survival threat for these countries. Being connected to the U.S., depending on the U.S. dollar, was a national survival threat. You have to really let that sink in. Starting in 2010s, they began to fight back in 2010. But this went on for a long time. I think from the 70s to, I can't remember, but till 2010, and then finally they started fighting back. So there you go. They got mad. They're getting tired. They're getting tired because where we're going tonight, we're gonna try to explain to people how the dollar has one of the main reasons that the dollar has been losing its value is what we're talking about right now. It's the control factor that we've had on these other countries, and they're tired of it. And these people are the global economy people. These people are all over the world, and so we cut them off anytime we got ready.
Okay, when did the U.S. government realize that this was a serious threat?
Yeah, well, China and Russia, they started trading with each other using their own currencies instead of the dollar. You can see right there, China's what year did they do that? I think that was in like 2010, 2011. I don't know. I don't have that exact date in my memory right now, or on my notes here. But we can get that later. But so they expanded the BRICS, BRICS, to Britain, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. I think is what it's called. Yeah, Brazil. It's called Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. The BRICS. They created. Okay. Thank you. They created an alternative partnerships. They started getting together. In other words, all these people that we had put sanctions on, they started getting together and going like, we're getting tired of it. So the central banks worldwide started buying massive amounts of gold. So the banks worldwide got into the gold factor, and they built their own payment systems, right, to bypass SWIFT. Which SWIFT is the way the U.S. SWIFT is used by the United States, and the United States controls SWIFT, and so they started partnering together and bypassing the SWIFT system. So you can see little by little they started kind of doing away with it, and the gas deals, gas was a big thing, and oil. The deals started happening in local. They started doing their business in local currencies instead of the dollar. So little by little, these people were all these countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, the BRICS, and more, Iran and others. They began to find other ways to do business, which really kind of lowered the value of the dollar. The more they did that, and we just kept cutting them off, whenever, let's cut them off again, Of course, some of the stuff they were doing was pretty rough. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't have been doing something, but you can kind of see this is really where the Antichrist is going to go eventually, is he's going to cut us off. Except it's going to be like on an individual factor where when the algorithms or whatever pick up we're doing something that they don't like, if we're still part of their system, then they're going to just cut us off. You won't be able to buy anything. And that's kind of what all these big countries were going through. Could you imagine waking up one day and realizing that you made a mistake when you shared something on the internet, and all of a sudden you wake up the next morning and you have no money, all your electricity's off? Could you imagine that? That's what happens to these countries, Daryl. You know all this. They woke up one day. They wake up one day and they can't trade. So it kind of ticked them off.
Okay, so what do you think the U.S. Intelligence probably told the government about this?
Yeah, it was somewhere around 2020 to 2025, which we're in 2025 right now, right? Because they saw the warning signs. It started back in 2020, as we shared earlier. And the warning signs became impossible to ignore, right? Because the dollar share of global reserves dropped from 71% to 59%, which is, quite a bit. It was already down 71, and now it's down like half of the value or the dollar share for the reserves. And so countries were dumping the U.S. Treasury bonds. Alternative payment systems and all that were growing really fast. Energy trades were bypassing dollars. So everybody's bypassing the dollar, right? Energy trade was bypassing the dollar, breaking the petroleum, breaking that thing that they call the petrodollar system. And most importantly, China's digital currency became operational while we were still just talking about it. China has a digital currency right now, Daryl. We're going to talk about this tonight. They have and we don't even have what they have. Here's one way, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but here's one way that China is going to beat us. In fact, when I reveal what all China is ready to do right now, and we're not ready to do, it's going to put hopefully it'll put the fear of God on people, because right now, if the dollar collapsed, right now, let's say tomorrow the dollar collapsed. We wake up, the dollar collapses. I don't think it's going to happen, but let's just say that it did. The only country, Daryl, that is ready for that, as far as having a digital currency that's been operating and been tested and been used with, I think they have like 200 million people on their system right now that's being used right now. We don't even have that. That's kind of what the cryptocurrency thing that Trump's trying to pass, and the Texas, bullion currency thing, all that is what they've had, that kind of a system for about 4 or 5 years now, and we don't even have that. So if the dollar went out tomorrow, you know what everybody would be having to deal with? They would be buying their stuff from a China currency system.
So wait a minute, Randy. What the U.S. are they doing is the U.S. doing anything about this right now that you know of?
Well, yeah, something like the dollar's global dominance. They realized. So the U.S. intelligence told the government that the dollar global dominance is under coordinated attack. So they started telling them, and I don't know what year, 2020, 2021, somewhere in there, our intelligence operations told the government that, hey, you guys, the dominance of the dollar is there's a coordinated attack against it. And we're years behind in building the alternatives like China. China's really the only one that has that. So if right now the dollar went out, China would dominate. I mean, globally, people would be doing business with they wouldn't know. They'd be very deceitful, because let's just say the dollar went out tomorrow, and all of a sudden, within a week or so, people are going, man, I don't have any food left. I didn't save it for food. Maybe some people have food for like 6 months, that kind of thing. And yet when all that kind of runs out after a few months, they're going to be looking for a way to trade. And China's going to come along very deceitfully and have an app or something that's going to look American, that's going to act American. They're going to come under the guise very deceitfully of being American or whatever country they're in that they're trying to do trade. and they'll make it look like it's, German or whatever it is, and they'll get into that system not knowing that what they've done is they've got into a Chinese system. And then once they get locked into that, the Chinese people, the Chinese system is a dictatorial system. And once you get into that, then you don't if you don't do right with your money, that just shuts you off again. But the Texas system is going to be different. That's what's so cool about it. Not that there won't be some discipline things going on, but so anyway, I'm talking too much. So go ahead. You got anything else?
No, I mean, you're giving us like really good information right now. But wow. So I know Texas is coming up, and you've been talking about this for a long time now about Texas. But even though Texas is doing everything it's doing, with what they're doing, the stock exchange, the currency, China is still way ahead of us right now.
Yes, yes, they are. They're about 5 years ahead, from 4 to 5 years ahead.
Wow.
And they've been, like I said, they have China's digital yuan has been operational since 2020, which is a currency, and it's that's a 5 year head start that they have on us already. In other words, what Trump just did the other day with the digital, with the cryptocurrency thing, and what Texas is doing, China has already got that going, and they just don't have it approved in their government. They've been actually using it for about 5 years now, so they're way ahead of us. So if the dollar goes out, let's say tomorrow, it's not going to go out tomorrow, but as an example, then after a few months, when everybody's like getting hungry and they can't pay their bills, they don't have any way to transact, and blah blah blah, China is going to be showing up just in time. Oh, listen, we're here as on an emergency situation to help feed you and take care of you. And what it's going to be, we'll talk more about this later, but it's going to be very much of a China thing, where they are coming in, and most Americans, they're not going to have a clue that it's China they're getting in with, that they're putting all their money in there and trading with them. And then they're going to wake up one day when they decide that they find that it's China, they're going to try to get out of it. They're not going to be able to get out of it. They will not be able to get out of it. That's the kind of system that China is setting up. Once you get in, you don't get out. So that's why we're trying to blow the trumpet, and let everybody know about it. So yeah, the yuan has been operational since 2020, about 5 years ahead of us. And then they have over like 260 million users already comfortable with their system. In other words, they have 260 million people using their system. It's very well used. Our system has not even been agreed. It just now got agreed to be in the government. The government just now approved of it. You see what I'm saying? So the reason that I wanted to sound the alarm tonight a little bit is to let people know that you better be praying, and we need to pray. And I'm going to be sending some messages to Trump and to our Texas governor that they need to pick up the speed on this, because they're not going to even be operational until 2026, and that may be September. So, if the dollar goes down anytime between here and there, and we haven't even had a chance not only to get our system up and get users with the new cryptocurrency thing and the new currency thing that's happening along with Texas, we not only don't have it up and using yet. China is already, they're well on their way to having this, like I said, working for 5 years, and we haven't even got it going yet, as far as literally. So it's kind of messed up. And so they have like 260 million users right now. China does, with their dictatorial system of currency exchange and all that. They've built partnerships with Russia and Iran. Of course, Iran's fixing to be out. They built partnerships with Russia and Iran and others. Their system is sanctions proof, and in other words, nobody can sanction this new system. Nobody can sanction it anymore, Glenn. Daryl. Nobody can sanction this stuff. So the system is sanction proof, the one that China has, and ready to replace dollars immediately. Right now, not like the Texas system ready in September of 2026 or Trump's, whatever that's going to be ready. And they don't even have it. They haven't even been working it. So we need to pray really hard about this. So go ahead. Sorry.
So you mentioned earlier about if something happened, with our currency, we would pretty much be beholden to China, and then you're saying we can't get out. Would this be some kind of trap that they're setting for us?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, they're listen, let me tell you something. China, Russia, and all these guys who we have tortured them. Maybe they deserved it somewhat with sanctions and cutting off their financial system. They are really ticked off about it. And so here's the scary part: when the dollar crashes, China has the only working alternative, at scale. Americans did adopt it. The Americans will adopt it. I don't know if adopt is the right word. Americans will adopt it as a necessity. In other words, they're going to say, "Hey, China's going to save us. We're going to be able to transact and go buy grocery stores go buy groceries down at Walmart, and whatever. We need to buy food, pay rent, survive. And by the time the U.S. alternatives launch, like the Texas bullion system and Trump's cryptocurrency thing, China already controls American commerce. That's how fast it can happen. That's why I'm getting this warning out, because if we don't know when the dollar's going to fall, but we've been talking about this for quite a while. And one of the mantles God gave me that has been proven over the years is the mantle for markets. And that's why I've dug into this information, and the Lord has just, opened up different things to me. And so I'm sharing this tonight out of the mantle that God has given me to warn people. They need to pray. They need to pray that the United States, Trump will, speed up that system and get it done before. I can remember the date that they have for that, but I think it's many months away. I think it's in 2027, or I don't know. Well, he's actually put it into action, but I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go there in just a second. But so when the people want to buy food, when the dollar's out, their electricity going to start being turned off. No food, no clothing, no rent. They're going to try to survive. So by the time they launch all this stuff, the United States, China, which has already been doing it for 5 years, is already going to control American commerce, because the people are going to be running to them, and they won't know that it's China for the most part. China's not going to send an app you say, "This is China. Oh, you join us, we're going to love you. We're going to take care of you. We're going to take real good care of you." No, it's going to be talking like me. "Hey, honey, we're here to help you, and just kind of click on this and join our system and put your money in here, and we'll give you a way to transact." And you go to Walmart. You go to Walmart as soon as you sign up here. You can go to Walmart in 5 minutes to buy some groceries, and you can get your bills turned up. You can get all your bills paid. Okay, and they're going to talk American talk. It's going to be very deceptive. Yeah. So Daryl, this is going to be amazing. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So you're saying that the dollar crashes before September 26th. This is the time. Are we looking at this? Is our timeline that we're looking at before September 26th?
No, we're not looking at a timeline. But we don't know when it's going to crash. I'm not even saying. Okay, I'm not saying anything about the timeline of when it's going to crash. I'm just talking about timelines and if it crashes. The timelines of the Texas Trump system won't be ready until September 2026. And that's 14 months away. The dollar could crash at any time. I'm just we don't know when the dollar's going to crash. I'm not saying that I know when the dollar's going to crash, because I don't know. And God hasn't shown me. He may show me. Yeah, but China's system, see, the thing is that the timeline I'm talking about tonight, I apologize for not making this clear. The China system is ready right now. The Texas and Trump systems won't be ready for until September 2026, which is about 14 months away? Something like that? Yeah, so the dollar could crash anytime. And if it crashes, and here's the thing, Daryl, we haven't even had time to try the system to work. When you put a system up, you have to experiment with it, right? Just like when I put my cameras and all my stuff together, you have to turn it on and actually go on the air and see, look, got a glitch there, we got to fix all these glitches, and we get it all fixed. And then we try it a few more times, we find a few more glitches, and we get it all fixed. You see what I'm saying? And we haven't even done that with our systems yet. We just now getting them. We're all bragging over here. Oh yeah, Texas just passed these laws so we can have our own currency. And Trump, oh my gosh, out of the blue, look, Trump comes up and he does this cryptocurrency, which is going to work with Texas. I'm going to explain that too, how it's going to work with the Texas system. They're actually separate, but they're going to actually work together. And I'm going to talk about that soon too, how this all going to happen. But it's really going to be good, because what Trump did. Well, anyway, let's keep going with this. I apologize. So yes, so yeah.
You're giving us good information, Randy. So let me just ask you: let's just say if someone's tuning in for the first tonight they're hearing you know, talk like this. Why? Can you explain to them why a regular American should care about this?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what we were trying to wake people up to and help people understand because I didn't really understand it either. And God was speaking to me, and I still didn't know. Okay, so because you're about to face a choice, here's the thing: if the dollar goes down, because we're talking right now as a warning signal of a possibility, if the economy crashes, or not the economy, but the dollar crashes, let's say, which would do the economy, which would do the global, it would affect everything. But okay, so if the dollar goes down tomorrow, and we're not saying that it is, I don't know when the dollar's going to go down, maybe 2 years, and maybe next month, I don't know. But because you're about to face this situation, because China, number one, you're going to have a choice between Chinese financial control and Texas U.S. freedom alternatives. In other words, you're going to be faced with uh, Chinese controlling your finances, which is going to be a dictatorial system, right? Once you get in there, they're going to control you. It's not going to be like the Texas system. It's going to be freedom. It's going to be free. It's going to have freedom to it. In other words, it's not going to be like the Antichrist system. It's going to be different. But only if our alternatives are ready in time. In other words, if the Texas dollar, if the Texas bullion and the debit card and all that is working well and going fine, and they got it all set up where you can use it. But until then, you know, if we're not ready in time, the timing of the dollar collapse versus the alternative systems readiness will determine whether America keeps its financial freedom or loses it to China. Does that make sense? In other words, now we're going to talk about alternatives and different ways that we can go because we do not know when the dollar is going to crash. Everybody's talking about it. We laid out tonight for pretty much how and why, at least from the major, from global dominance of the dollar in all these countries that we have put sanctions on, how that they, how they have helped do away with the value of the dollar by when we would sanction them for something, chastise them for what they did with sanctions, they would just find another, they get together and do their own financial system. And that's kind of what began it all, really. And so, so we have a timing situation here where that if it crashes anytime soon, within the next 6 months or even a year, we're not ready. We're just not ready. So that's the problem. So that's why Americans, regular, everyday Americans ought to be concerned about this, because if the dollar goes down tomorrow, and we're not saying that it is, if it goes down tomorrow, you're going to be getting requests by email and text, and there's going to be some new apps out there, and those apps are going to have China's apps, not looking like China, not acting like China, not talking like China, but they're going to be China's system, and they don't have to tell you what kind of system they have. They're going to deceive you, and then you're going to buy into it. And because there's no other alternative, what are you going to, if you had no other alternative to go buy food for your family, and some little app shows up, Daryl, and let's say you, Nicole, haven't had any real food. You've had one meal a day for the last 6 months, and you're going like, man, they can't last much longer. You're going to be looking for a way to get some food, right? And so if some system comes along, some app or some whatever, and says, oh, we like you. They're not going to talk like Chinese. They're going to go, we really like you people over there in America. We're gonna come help you. We're gonna help you get out of this problem. Daryl and Nicole, hey, we love you, man, and we're gonna save you. Okay, just join us. So they're gonna talk Chinese. They're not gonna talk Chinese. They're gonna talk American talk. They're gonna look American, and when they do, people are gonna get into it and not realize that once they got their money and they're hooked into that system, they're in that system and they cannot get out without paying a price.
Americans right now if we get to that point?
Well, prepare, of course. We've talked about preparation a little bit. We're going to talk about it a lot more in the near future, but prepare now for multiple scenarios. And we'll talk about those scenarios soon. Don't wait for a perfect system to save you. Like, don't wait for everybody in Texas for the Texas system to kick in 2026. Don't wait for that. Don't wait for Trump's. Right now, start looking for have some physical assets, have some emergency supplies. Make sure you're connected to the community around you, people that believe like you do, because you're going to have a lot of people around. The wheat and the tares. The tares are going to be right among us. So you need to go. find some people that are close to you and that believe like you do and connect with them, and then be like the wise virgins in the Bible. Have extra oil ready for the crisis when it hits. So we're going to talk about how to do all that here soon, but that's kind of it. We could talk about the wise and foolish virgins tonight. So what we're trying to do is give people some wisdom on what to prepare for, and if they choose not to prepare, then we're not going to be sharing our oil with them. They're going to have to go. It's going to be sad, but the food I feed my kid, I'm not going to feed somebody else. I'm going to feed my kid my food to make sure my kid lives, right? And so unless God spoke, but wise virgins are tough people, very wise people. They warn everybody like we're doing. We're trying to be the wise virgins. We're trying to warn people of what's about to happen here before long. So anyway, there you go. That's basically it on that one.
So, I know we all listen to, there's CNN, there's Fox News, there's a local channel. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I wonder what they're going to be saying at this time if this happens. So with you, bottom line, how did we get here?
Yeah, basically the U.S. weaponized the dollar, as we talked about earlier. Our enemies united against us because we shut them off. Now they may have deserved it, like I said, but still, when they woke up one day and realized we can't do anything that America doesn't like without them shutting off our finances. We starve over here. We can't trade. So that really was the weaponization of the dollar. And I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it's what they did. And so our enemies like China, Russia, and Iran built alternatives. They found another way to do currency because the dollar is the dominant currency around the globe until they got tired of being weaponized, and they realized that being connected to the United States dollar was not a good thing for them. So the dollar dominance got threatened. U.S. government panicked and rushed to create backup systems. The backup systems, what I'm talking about, a panic and rush, that's what's been happening. That's what Trump has done. He knows, let me tell you something, Daryl, they know how bad the dollar's messed up. They all know how bad the dollar is. They're trying to tell us, it's, we got it. We're getting trillions of dollars in from, Trump is talking about this, and we're getting, don't worry, we're going to be safe. And I'm going to tell you something right now. I hate to burst people's bubble, but that is a bunch of bull. Not that he's not gathering that money together. I'm not saying that he's not doing those things. But what's behind the whole thing is they know that the dollar is about to go down. They know that. They all know that. Why? Because the big global people, the large countries, are Russia, China, and a bunch of other large countries, are saying we don't want to do business with the dollar anymore. So what happened? That cuts the dollar value at least in half, easy. And when that happens, so what happened? The government panicked. I don't know if panic is the right word. They got in a hurry. And all of a sudden now Trump is coming out with this digital currency. Why? It's a safety net for what's about to go on. It's a safety net. And they're not saying that, but I'm going to tell you right now, that's what it is. And also Texas doing their thing. Our governor here in Texas knows exactly what's going on with the dollar. And he knows exactly what's happening. So he is, been preparing this digital system by getting the U.S. Dallas, what's called the Texas Stock Exchange, which was a big move, a very, very big move for Texas. And now they have officially made the bullion, gold and silver bullion, as real money. But now they got to put it into action. That's going to be in 2026. And the reason it's going to take so long is because, for the most part, is because they have to go to every store, every system, and redo the system basically. In other words, for somebody to make transactions with gold and silver in a debit card, now the debit card system's already set up. The satellite systems are already set up. We already have a way to access, going to the store and put our debit card in there and buy just like we did before. But it's going to change the system quite a bit. So they're having to work through all the systems and make it all happen. And so that takes a little bit of time. So the U.S. government panicked, and Trump did that. The U.S. government freaked out when they realized when they weaponized the dollar that it really. All of our enemies started plotting against the dollar, which you can't blame them in a sense. China finished first in its position to win the crisis. China is already, listen, Daryl, they are not going to be positioned. They are positioned right now to if the dollar goes down, and which they're hoping that it does, they are going to do everything they can to try to make the dollar go down. Because if they know, here's the thing. See, they know that we're getting our systems ready now. About 5 years too late. Not too late, but slow. 5 years slow. Now we're getting them together. Now we're getting the digital system going. Now we know China's had it for 5 years. And they know that we're doing this. So they know that we're preparing to keep from them getting control. And they don't want us to stop them from getting control. They want to be in control. So they're doing everything they can, Daryl, right now as we speak, to try to bring down the dollar. Everything. Joining together, fighting us. Ukraine, I'm going to talk about Ukraine soon, why Ukraine is such a big deal with what I'm talking about tonight, what we're talking about tonight. Ukraine is a really big. That's what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump criticized Biden for funding them with billions and billions of dollars. And then what happens? Mr. Big Dog Trump, which I love Trump, I voted for him all 3 times. And so when he got in, he said, no, we're going to end this war, no time at all. And so he realized that it was a little bit deeper than he thought. Not that he was trying to be dishonest or a smart aleck. He really thought he could. And then he found out how deep it was because you know what, Daryl? The thing we're talking about tonight is one of the real reasons why Russia keeps attacking them and why now the United States is having to fund a lot more billions and billions of dollars to try to help Ukraine from going down the tubes. And so what's that doing? That's sucking the life out of us. One of the things that's sucking the life out of us. And so it's all a strategy. It's all a plan. And it's working really well, I might say. So China is already positioned, and they know that we are not positioned right now. We're just now getting legally positioned, much less having a system working for 5 years that has been tried and tested. Okay, so y'all, I'm really wrapped up about this. I hope you don't mind. I get really excited about it, but I want everyone to know this. Do what now?
It's making me think back to some conversations we had a few months ago, and we were talking about the banking holiday. So this is what I want to ask you now, Randy. If all this happens and the dollar is going to be half value or very little value, is this still going to happen the way you had mentioned before that to get our money that's currently in our bank account, they're going to have that bank holiday, and I don't even know that let's say the dollar has already lost some of its luster, right? Would they still be doing that and be like, hey, well, if you want the remainder of your money, you're going to have to sign into this new system, even though the dollar's not worth that much anymore? What about that?
Right. Yeah, we are going to talk about that more, but here's kind of a simple answer to that.
Okay.
When I first got this information from the Lord about the crash, right? I got that back in 2009, 2010, somewhere in there. And so when I had that vision dream, the first financial crash, was a sandstorm, like what we call a dirt devil in Texas. It was a regular natural storm, right? And the second storm that hit in the dream was a dream that was made out of buildings, really, really tall buildings. I don't know, they were way tall in the sky, really big. And the buildings were the storm, right? So I didn't understand for a long time what that meant. Cindy Jacobs told me when I told her the dream. That's why I know I had it back then, because I told Mike and Cindy Jacobs about it. And she's a pretty, a good prophet. I say a good prophet. She is a very informed person on a lot of things. And so she told me, she said, Randy, that could mean that the commercial properties are going to be the thing that gets hit. And that's kind of what she decided that meant. Right. And so that kind of tells you that she didn't understand it, and nor did I. But what God was trying to say to me was, Randy, that, which I didn't get until a couple of years ago, that it was a man-made storm. In other words, the buildings were man-made. The dirt devil was not man-made. That was natural winds, but the buildings were made by man. But the buildings were the storm that crashed the system. And crashing the system meant that it wasn't about it going down like it did in 2008. We're going to talk about this more in the next few days. It wasn't like 2008. That was a natural crash. And God gave me the exact timing on that, which is documented and proven, that the Lord spoke that to me, and I put it out publicly, that I knew the week that it was going to crash. God showed it to me in a dream. And so when he showed me this thing about the second, that I didn't know that it was a man-made crash until a couple of years ago. So here's what's happening right now. the system that the thing you're talking about, uh, that China is going to have. China, we'll just say, let's just call China and Russia the Antichrist system. Let's go ahead and just call them the Antichrist system for now. I call them the dictatorial system. We've been talking about this for a while. There's going to be two systems. There's going to be the Texas hub, the global Texas hub system. Is going to be a freedom. In other words, you can come on the network on our satellites, Texas satellites, and you're going to be able to preach whatever gospel you want. But we'll also be able to say that Jesus Christ is the only way to the Father, right? So, which makes it a Christ system, but yet we're going to have other people on there that are going to not believe in Jesus, and it's going to be like kind of like what we have now, right? But the other system that China and Russia is going to put together, you can't get on there and say that Christ is the only way to the Father. You can talk about Jesus like the Muslims do, but they don't believe he's the Messiah, right? So that system is going to be, financially speaking, dictatorial also. So once you get tricked into, if you do not have your money out of that system, the Revelations 18 is our scripture that we use, come out from among them, my people, lest you partake of her plagues. And that's where we're heading. We're going to talk more specifically about your question on that too. But yeah, if you have your money in the Antichrist system or China and Russia system, financial system, you get tricked into it, or you just do it willingly, then that's gonna happen to you. You're not gonna be able to get your money out of that. You'll be controlled. But if you play your marbles right, if you obey the Lord, play your marbles right. If the Lord speaks to you, then you have brought your money out of that system and put it into the new system that we're having now. Then it's going to be a whole different thing. It's not going to be a dictatorial where we tell you what to do about everything. We watch you. We control everything you do. If you don't do something we like, if you do something that we don't like, we're gonna shut you off. That's going to be the dictatorial system. So here's the thing with answering your question. If the dollar goes down before we are ready to have our own systems, like Texas and Trump's new system that he's setting up, which they should have been doing this years ago. When I started prophesying about this, about 4 or 5 years ago, or however long it's been, that's when they should have been doing it. That's when. Listen to this, dude. I've been doing this prophesying this stuff for 3 to 4 to 5 years. I think it's around 4.5, 5 years now. And about Texas having its own system and the satellite system and all that. I didn't know it was going to be Elon Musk. I didn't know any of that. But that's when China and Russia were doing theirs, dude. That's when they made it. They were out 5 years ago. They had their system ready to go 5 years ago when I started prophesying about this. I didn't even know that at the time. I didn't have a clue. So if we don't have, to answer your question, if we don't have a place to put our money, Daryl Paul, like in the Texas Freedom System, exactly what you just said, you're going to have your money in there, and you're not going to be able to get it out if we wake up one day and they shut down the system and you can't get in and get your money out. Yes. So does that kind of answer the question a little bit? Ask it again if you want, in a different way if you like.
Yeah, let me just make sure I'm clear on something too. The Texas system and what Trump's going to do next year, you said around May, June, July, those are two different things, correct?
Yes, but they are going to work together, and we're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, they will work together, and the reason that it's going to work together, and it's not the working. It's not. I say working together. They're going to complement each other, because right now the Texas system is mainly just for Texas, and very limited to some of the United States. Very limited. But once they incorporate what Trump just did with the crypto system, then not only then what Texas is doing with our dollar and with the debit card and all of our stuff, it's going to take it big. It's going to take it international. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I think that Trump and the governor of Texas are working together. I don't have any proof of that, but I think they're working together because what Trump did and what our governor of Texas is doing, they will complement one another, because it will cause the Texas system to be much more broad, and anybody in the whole, I know at least the whole United States and many parts of the world will be able to be part of that system, of the Texas system. Yeah, because of what Trump has done. Yeah.
You answered my question. Right. I know it will start out on Texas, but I'm like, okay, Randy, what about the rest of the country? What's happening? And if Trump's system is going to work in conjunction and how we're going to pay our bills, how we're going to eat, and different things like that. And I know you have only some information now, and I'm sure you'll be getting more later. But this is a big thing that I think everyone should know about, and like you just said, be preparing for. Because right, I'm really focusing on what you said about next May, June, July. That's going to be very important because you're telling us what's going to happen, right? But we're not really actually going to know exactly what's going to happen until we see it and it happens, right? But you're giving us a heads up about it. So.
Right, right. Well, right now they're saying that the Texas system is going to be ready in September of 2026. And I think, and I have the dates right in front of me. I have to get the dates, but it's pretty close to the next a year and a half, something like that, the next year. And so, yeah, because September makes it about a year and a half, a year and a quarter. So what's happening is that yes, it will coordinate together. Oh, I think somebody's trying to text me. Hang on a second. Okay, Carmen is asking, we can't hear you. We can barely hear Daryl Paul on YouTube. Oh, okay. Wow. I don't know. Okay. But can you hear me at all? Yeah, and I have the phone right up to my microphone. Yeah, I have the phone right up to my microphone. So I don't know. I apologize for that. So I guess if you need to get on, we'll probably do this again. We're going to be doing a lot of this style of getting information out, kind of an interview style, because I know it's a lot easier than just putting out a bunch of information. Like Daryl Paul asking me questions, and whatever he wants to ask, and what sometimes we do suggest questions to ask because we know kind of what we're going through. So, and then he can add his little 2 cents to it and whatever. But you might have to go on Turbo. Yeah, you're talking about YouTube only. Okay, gotcha. I apologize for that, y'all. So I guess nobody on YouTube is saying anything about it. Wait a minute. Okay, so I have some responses here. Glenn has. Okay, Glenn has been responding here. China is further ahead of their monitoring of all their people. Their main computer that spies on their people is actually called Skynet. Okay, Glenn, I didn't know Glenn was saying something. Sorry, Glenn. I guess I missed you that one. So, yeah. So I apologize for you not being able to hear. Maybe we'll have to do a little bit better next time. I apologize for that. Nobody else has said anything that they can hear me, so maybe that's why I didn't respond. Sorry, Carmen. Nobody else responded and said they couldn't hear, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe you need to turn your computer up. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what to do. Okay, so Daryl Paul, what are we doing, guys? Thank you for your help tonight.
No problem. I'm glad you got this was a nice Q&A, and you did answer a lot of questions tonight that I know that I wanted the answers to. And I know, as we go through days, months, weeks, years, things are going to be changing and evolving, all through the time. But again, because you're a prophet, you get a heads up and you give us good information. I think we should probably do this as often as you think we need to.
Yeah, well, that's why we're doing this. Yeah, that's why we're doing this tonight, because I'm going to find people like yourself and others. I also invited Nicole. When I invited you, I didn't actually text Nicole. I just text. I'm sorry, I didn't make that real clear. I texted you about her coming on also, if she wanted to come on, and then we're going to have other people who will come on with us, and we're going to be doing this a lot. They said it's hard to hear Daryl Paul on YouTube. Okay, so really I should repeat Daryl Paul's questions. Hopefully, okay. So thank you for letting me know about that. I do have people text me saying they did have a hard time. Thank you, Martine. Okay, so then I will repeat. We'll find a better way to do this next time. We're going to be doing this, Daryl Paul, with different people. Whoever wants to come on, if you have time to come on, we'll have you. If we have other people who want to come on, and I will send them kind of what the theme of the show is, and some of the questions that they want to ask, however they want to ask them, so we can kind of get some information out on this and kind of let people know what's really going on and why that we need to pray, because this is a really big thing. And what's that question that you asked me earlier that I got distracted there about the? What was that? You asked me a question that I got off on a distraction. What was that?
Was that at the end or the beginning or the middle, Randy?
No, just now, just a second ago.
Oh, what did I ask you? What was it about? Oh, that was about the two systems, the Trump system and then the Texas system, and how they'd be working together, or if they're going to be working together in conjunction with each other. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I think I answered it. So he's asking me. Let me repeat the question for everybody can hear that he's asking how the Texas system, because right now the Texas system, the hub system with the bullion depository and the debit card, it's a completely different system than what Trump is doing. That is not cryptocurrency. That's a whole different thing. So what's going to happen is now that Trump has passed the system, he's passed a law that now the two systems, which are separate systems, will work together, because what Trump has done is going to help Texas a lot, because it's going to make, with the cryptocurrency, he's made it official for banks to use it. Once Trump did that cryptocurrency law, passed it, now it's official. Now it's, if you will, legal to use cryptocurrency. It was legal, I guess, already, but it wasn't really real safe to use cryptocurrency because it could be messed up a lot. So what he did when he passed that law is he made it really lawful and safe that bankers can now use that system. You know, bankers only use what's safe, right? And so now banks will use it. Now the Texas system will use it, and it will make the Texas system bigger and better, more safe, more powerful. That makes sense.
That makes sense. And I think you also mentioned when that gets up and running, some of the other states should be coming on, but as you just explained, it takes time. So even if Texas gets going in September 2026, at the earliest, another state, it would probably be sometime in 28 for them to get going. Correct?
Well, no.
Time right now.
Yeah, no, not really. No, let me ask. Okay, he's asking. By the time September 2026 rolls around and they activate this or they launch it, once you launch something, right, especially something like this, you have to test it out. Now, most of the system has been tested out because we already have debit cards, we already have currencies. All they're going to do is add the gold and silver to currency, and that's going to make every system where you go buy groceries, that system's going to have to acknowledge be trained. And it's going to they're going to have to adopt that system. So then they're going to have to work and make sure it all works right. Right. It's just kind of like, so in 2026, September 26th, which is when they're saying they're going to have the Texas system ready to go with gold and silver bullion with a debit card. Then they're still going to have to experiment with it and work it. Right. So, and then Daryl is saying all the other states which don't have that system are going to have to get their system. And that is not exactly right. He's not saying that that's right. He's asking me about it. And I'm saying that once Texas gets set up, all the other systems will just connect to our system.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not that they won't get their own. They will. They're working on it right now. But Texas approved a lot of this stuff, back several years ago. They started opening up a gold and silver depository, 10 years ago, but they had no way to spend it. There was no way to spend it. It was just a place to store gold and silver, right? So finally they have come up with a way to, if you put gold and silver in their depository, in their storage, then you'll be able to have a debit card and buy your food, pay your bills. And anybody in the system that Trump has passed with the cryptocurrency made it into law, that's going to make it even better for people around the United States to be part of the Texas system. So they don't have to each have their own system. In fact, eventually it's going to be global to where people around the globe will be able to use that system because of Elon Musk that we have with him in Texas, that he has the satellite systems that make this all, it's not the only way you make transactions is by internet, but it's a lot of the ways. That's going to make it very global. That makes sense.
Okay.
If that makes sense, let me know because sometimes okay. So somebody's asking here, clarify what depository is not part of the first system, which one is it? Okay, that clarify what depository is not part of the first system. Can you make that a little bit clearer, please? I'm a little bit slow tonight. I've been sweating all day. My air conditioner is out again, y'all. Can you believe that? I'm like in your.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like it ain't any fun. Well, okay, the depository. I'm just explain what a depository is. It's like where you buy gold and silver and you send it to the Texas depository and they put it in a safe for you, and then they connect with you a debit card where you can spend it. In other words, you're not going to be having them send you 10 gold coins because you need some money. They're going to have a debit card, so you're going to keep your gold in the depository or in the safe in Texas and wherever else they have them. But yeah, and then you'll be able to use your debit card to make your purchases. Does that make sense, Carmen? Am I making that clear? Okay, Daryl, anything else? What else? What?
I think we're good right now, Randy. We got a lot of information tonight, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to pack people with too much stuff. I tried tonight to kind of explain how we got here so that people, how did we get here in the first place? I don't understand. How did we get here? Well, that's what I was trying to understand, help people understand was that we got here because of the United States of America made the dollar a weapon, and so that's what really opened it up for all these other countries to, because it was weaponized we shut people off and they can't go down and buy groceries or they can't trade, right? So they started getting upset, and unless they obeyed us and what we thought they should be doing, then we just shut them off. So that weaponized the dollar. And when the dollar got weaponized, and then plus Nixon in 1971 into the gold standard, that was back, the dollar was backed by real gold. And then he stopped that. So the dollar was not backed by anything. It was just kind of like, promises and that kind of thing. So Iran, Russia, Venezuela, China, Korea, North Korea, all these countries got really, they got together and they started buddying up and they got their own system going. They started bypassing the dollar, which weakened the dollar right then. It weakened the dollar. And so they learned that depending on the U.S. dollar system was for national survival was a threat. It was not a good thing to do. So in the 2010s, they started fighting back in about 2010. And then, so China and Russia started trading with each other, using their own currencies. Instead of using the dollar for a currency, they started using their own currencies to trade with each other. And those are big countries. A lot of oil, a lot of things. And then all the BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and other countries, they created an alternative partnership. So they started moving around the dollar because we weaponized it. And so that was I wanted to kind of explain tonight how it all began and why we're here in the first place, to where we're even having to do this, because that's what's happened. So let me go here. Okay, let me make sure I'm understanding that correctly. So around 2020 and 2025, the warning signs started manifesting because the dollar, the reserve, the global reserve, the dollar share of the global reserve dropped to 71%, from 71% to 59%. So it was already down 71%, and then it became 59% in 2020. And so all these countries started dumping all the U.S. Treasury bonds. Alternative payment systems were growing rapidly, and early trades, energy trades. Those energy trades were bypassing the dollar. They were doing it with their own. The petrodollar system was no longer working, which is an American system. China's digital currency became operational in 2020. It became operational. Their currency, which we're trying to get right now, they're ahead of us for like 3 to 5 years. I'm going to say like really 4 years for sure, ahead of us on this, and we're just now catching up to them. So in that sense, they're beating us by a long shot. So we've got a lot of praying to do, and in our country has, I guess, thought the U.S. dollar would last forever because that's the way they acted. But now they're finding out for sure that it is not. And they had some major warning signs. And I forget what year it was, 2022, somewhere in there. 2022, they started getting reports. Intelligence operations started going, we're having a problem. The dollar is crashing. So, it's losing its value. Yeah, there's a difference between state and federal deposits. Right, there is exactly. Isn't there a difference in depositories that if you place your money in the wrong one, the federal government can still stop you from getting? There's a difference between. There's a difference. There is a difference, state versus federal deposit. Yeah, we're gonna talk. We'll talk about that more too. So really, the thing that Trump has done with the cryptocurrency, that's what's really opened up the door for the expansion of the Texas dollar system, which will make it available for everybody, and I think around the globe. I know it is for. I know it's here in the U.S. and I'm pretty sure that it's very closely coming to where the globe can get it. That's why Texas is going to be a hub globally of the financial realm. And so this is going to happen. This is already happening. You can see how Texas kind of and the U.S. both. Texas was the smartest one. Our governor years ago got that depository going and started putting gold and silver in there, knowing that this is going to come. And so Trump is just now getting on board with it. Texas just now really finally signed the bill because they kept not signing it. As you guys know, how many times I said, "Oh, I think they signed it." Remember that? "Oh, I think they signed it." I think, and they wouldn't have signed it. They didn't sign it until the pressure was put on them. And the pressure was put on, and now they've all approved it, including Trump doing his thing. So those two things working together are going to make a really great deal, a really, really big deal. But the problem is that they're not going to be ready and activated until 2026. Here's what I'm fixing to do, and I need y'all to pray with me about this, and I mean this very sincerely, that I am going to do my best with God's help to put a little fire under them as a prophet, because Donald Trump knows what I've prophesied. He knows things. He knows the warnings that we've given him, and and so a lot of things I can't even talk about, but these people have listened to what I've said, what God has showed me, and they've listened closely because they know that we've hit some things really head on for a long time, including the market words back in 2008, 2009. It all started actually for me in 2008, 2009, where I was globally being recognized as a prophet with that mantle globally because of the information that we were getting. So it just began to increase and increase and multiply, and now to the point to where they listen to what we say. They've been listening for a long time actually, but I mean really in other areas they're really listening closely. So I'm going to send out a little message to put a little fire into them that as a prophet, I'm warning them that they need to get that done before 2026. And they already may have plans to have it done earlier. They may just be saying that as a goal, which if they don't meet it, it'll be easier to meet that September 2026 goal. So they'll probably have it on earlier. But I'm going to put a little fire in them if God gives me the grace to do it, to get that done, like in May, like we're prophesying. We have prophesied, as Daryl has said. Most people know this. We've been prophesying that the system is going to show a real change in this alternative currency by May, June, and July of 2026, not September. If they can get it done in the timing that we gave, I think that prophetically that's a warning to them. When I've spoken and said specifically the dates of at least May, June, July of 2026, not September. Go ahead. Okay, I thought you were saying. Okay, go ahead. You say you do or don't?
Oh no, I'm good. No, I'm listening. I see you still the calls and the texts from everybody else, and I just want to see what else is coming in. We had a lot of Q&A Q&A earlier. Now I want to see what everyone else, has to say about what you're saying now. And,
Yeah.
they probably have their own questions too.
Right. Not many people asking questions, mainly because this is such a new thing. They really don't want that. Carmen has asked a question here, and I think I answered her question. Martine said it's hard to hear. Okay, let's go here. Glenn, here's what Glenn is saying. Glenn says Nixon took the gold backing off the dollar, and from that point on, they kept printing more dollars, paper money, to the point that the value of the dollar went way down. Add the debt, and here we are. China is further ahead on their monetary of all their people, their monitoring of all their people. Their main computers that spies on their people is actually called Skynet. Sorry, good. If anyone wanted to see it, this is Glenn saying this from Prophecy Watch. If anyone wanted to see a video explaining the Texas system, there's a video from Mike Adams at the website, and also at the website, and then also you can go to YouTube, and if I can send it to you too. Can't get on that website, let me know, and we'll send you that YouTube. They have a YouTube that explains the Texas thing really good. Exactly what we've been saying for 4 or 5 years now. They're saying, I think I don't know how old the video is. It's maybe a few months old, but this guy explains it. Glenn sent me that video. I think it's a very appropriate explanation of the things that we've been prophesying specifically, not generalization. Specific information is put on that video to make it understandable. So Mike's video I sent you today says the stable coin realm will help delay the crash because people believing they are investing, but they are buying government debt. I don't know about that or not. This is not me saying this. This is Glenn saying this. Okay, so I'm trying to keep a difference between what I say, what I believe is happening. So Glenn is giving us information here, and we want to talk about depository. Glenn says depository is a secure location that is guarded by fencing, vaults, and even men with guns. Very good. That's a good way to say it. Fort Knox is supposedly the #1 depository, but it's unknown if there's any gold in it. Yeah, exactly. All right, Glenn, thank you. I didn't see all that earlier. I apologize. I guess we're wrapped up in trying to get the interview going on here. So if anybody else has any questions for Glenn Paul, Glenn Paul or Glenn Paul. I have a cousin called Glenn Paul. That's why I keep calling him Glenn Paul. I do. My brain's like, I think I see some smoke, and it's not me smoking, y'all. It's my brain. That's why I'm drinking so much water right now. But yeah, I'm sitting here sweating. Of all days, I'm sitting here sweating. Even though I have a couple of things blowing on me here, it's still pretty hot. Okay, Glenn, if you have anything, and then Daryl, if you have anything, or if anybody has any questions for Daryl or for me, we would try to answer those for you, and mainly get our audio right better for next time. Sorry about that.
Let me ask Glenn if he can hear me. Maybe you can relate this and ask him. With the Texas deposit, a good answer that he gave. Does the FDIC have anything to do with the Texas depository? That's what I would like to know.
Does the FDIC have anything to do with the Texas depository? Is a question for Glenn from Daryl. In case you guys cannot hear that. Did I say that right, Glenn?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if he's listening, or he might have thought I was ignoring him earlier. So he might have went to sleep. I didn't even go to my chat thing there at all until I did. Okay, let's go here. Okay, we're going to do a lot more of these. We're going to be interviewing different people, letting people interview me, and having questions and answers so that we can get this in a kind of an interview style, so that people can understand it a little bit better than me just giving a bunch of information. And then you can ask. Then once people get kind of into this, they're going to be able to ask a lot more questions also. But I have I just got started. This is only one teeny weeny thing that I have for you. I mean, literally, I have hours of information. But I wanted to bring the first batch of information to you on why we're here in the first place, and that is how we got here. And so, if you understand the beginning from the end, and then Glenn helped explain a little bit. I thought that was really good. we're going to kind of do this in layers so that people can get a hold of it. That way, if they don't get it tonight, they can go back and listen to the archive on Facebook or YouTube or wherever you listen from, and you can listen to it again. And hopefully, we'll learn to do our interview better on the audio. So, sorry about that one. Okay, so did it shock you tonight? Did it shock you tonight, Glenn? Daryl, when I told you that China already has a system set up, and that their way, if the dollar goes down like tomorrow, they would basically take over the world. Literally, I mean that's no joke.
Yeah, that did shock me. That could happen, and I didn't know. I knew they were ahead of us, but I didn't know they were that far ahead of us. And then this is stuff that people, we're not going to see this on Fox News. We're not going to see it on CNN. They're not going to talk about stuff like this, which is why I'm glad you have this platform to discuss these type of things, because you're a prophet, so we discuss what prophecy, right? But and this is things like you said, Americans need to know, because things could be happening in the way you explained it within next year, May, June, July. Which I wanted to see how that goes down, if that's going to be smooth or if that's going to be a problem, and what's happening with the dollar by then. There's a lot of ifs going on, so it was shocking. Yes.
Yeah, that was shocking to me when I got that information, and so we're going to shock you a lot, y'all. We're going to shock everybody into a prayer mode. And listen, let me tell you something. Right now, like the reason I wanted to come on tonight, right now, if the dollar went down tomorrow, literally, within a few weeks, some people within a few months, you would be, I see your question, Carmen, I'm going to get on that in just a second. Thank you for that. Within a few months, if the dollar went down, you wouldn't be paying your bills. A lot of people wouldn't be. You wouldn't have any food left, or you'd be on your last leg, freaking out, going, what am I going to do? And then along's going to come. So people are going to try to save you, and the only people that can save you if the dollar goes down tomorrow is going to be China, that has a system that is ready and has 260 million users right now that are using that system, the one that we don't have. So, and that is literally a fact. That is not, I have a lot of information that I have never shared that I'm going to be sharing in the next few weeks. And hopefully we'll do it in this interview style. If we can get our audio fixed, we'll be doing it in an interview style so people can really get a hold of it. Hopefully with asking questions. I think the question and answer thing is a lot better than just giving information. So do you like it, Daryl? Do you like the question and answer thing pretty well?
I do. Let me kind of freestyle a little bit. And, you were clear and concise with the answers, with everything that I was asking you. And I do like that format. So, again, that's something that I think we could use. And maybe we could do one of the things we had done before, several months ago. We do a run through on how it sounds on YouTube as well as Turbo at the same time to see if something actually, going on with the different platforms when we're doing it like this.
You mean try? You mean?
On my end,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it could be something on my end, and maybe, like you said, there might be something there. But we want to make sure, like I say, everything's coming through clear so everyone can hear, no matter what platform they're on.
Okay.
So, yeah, I know you were thinking about, you give me 15 minutes tonight, and I'm glad you did it, and help me did it. But I guess, now that we know you had this run through, we can maybe, plan ahead a little bit next time.
Well, let me tell you why that happened like that. Because today I was going through organizing how we're going to do this thing. How do you run through layer upon layer of how it all got started and explain it in a simple way, not in a technical way, in a simple way so people like me can understand it, right? How do you do that? And so I just started putting information down after information after information. And then I got a thought about an hour before the show. I thought, I wonder what it would be like if we did it in an interview style with somebody asking questions and then giving answers. And that's why I sent it to you 15 minutes before, because I just actually literally put it together and got it done about 15 minutes before the show. Literally, that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, no exaggeration. Yeah, so I wasn't even sure. I wasn't even sure you'd be able to be on. That's why I said you or Nicole or both of y'all could come on tonight if you want to and ask me. I'll send you the questions. You kind of put them together however you want to, and then maybe ask your own questions too, whatever you want to do. But we have a way that we want to do this. Glenn maybe will help me if he wants to help me, and he can get some of his answers uh, with his questions. But we want to run through like we did tonight. We went through real simple, real easy. We went from thing to thing, and made it where hopefully when people listen to it, they can understand it in simple terms, not in technical terms of just financial information, but in everyday terms for dummies. They always say do it for dummies. That meaning people who don't know about it. All right. So Karma has a question. She says, I have a question. What insurance should people then use and not use that are in the system? There are insurances not connected with the market, but which kinds are not connected to the federal? I don't have a clue yet, but I will find out. I will try to find out for you. And if I don't find out for you, please remind me because I have a lot going on right now. You should have seen me you should have seen me the last week or so trying to put all this information together in a way that people could understand it. Not in some hyper, language like I've done before. I put a lot of information out that wasn't everyday language, but we're doing that's the main thing that I'm working on is making it everyday-ish, so people can actually get it. So.
Like I said, for Dummies book is one of the best things ever created. So.
What is the best thing?
Yeah, for Dummies book, they got a
yes
book about everything, and they've had that for a few decades now. But I know I owe more than a few.
Me too. Are you kidding me? That's been one of my best friends, and so I do that with the Bible. I do it with a lot of things. I used to, yeah. But now what we're trying to do, literally, Daryl Paul, is take this whole thing so that people can understand it in English and for dummies or for people who don't know much about it, like me. Well, I know now, but I didn't know. I got Glenn coming on, so hang on a second, Glenn. And so what we're doing now is we are creating like we did tonight, a question and answer interview thing where we go right through from thing to thing. We don't hop around and rabbit trail, chase rabbits. We stay with that, and then when we finish, then we can go other places. But I think it's going to be a good way to get it out there. Thanks for your help tonight on that. All right, Glenn, you got something you want to ask me, or you want to ask Daryl?
Well, I was just going to answer the question about the FDIC.
Okay, yeah.
Basically, that is only set up by the central banks as of right now to supposedly protect everybody up to $250,000 per account. The amount of money that's in that fund it doesn't even scratch the surface of I think it's $18 trillion in deposits Americans have in the bank one way or another. So the FDIC is not going to have anything to do with the system. With the depository, correct? No, well, the depository basically, their protection is armed guards and barbed wire. They watch over the gold so no one's going to come and steal it. So when it comes to, simply the system of being connected with a debit card and swiping the card, I mean, Rick and I, we were conversing about this today because it's still unknown exactly how they're going to be able to do this. An ounce of gold is $3,300, and if you had $100 of you can't just get one token for, something costing so much. So the whole thing is, there could be a way that you could have so much gold, that it's worth one token. I mean, like you were saying earlier, if the dollar crashes, then everything associated with, basically is going to go down. And the other day we were talking about some of the cryptocurrency where the Bitcoin itself is backed by Tether, and a very high percentage of Tether is not actually dollars. That's U.S. Treasury. So it's actually, when someone uses a dollar toward Tether, you're actually buying the government's debt. And so what they I found out today from another source, from this is Mike Adams that I showed Rainey a video the other day, is that if anybody has a connection with the stable coins and the crypto, if they're not connected to anything like gold or silver, I mean, they're all pretty much seemingly going to be worthless because they're attached to the dollar, which will crash. So we gotta be smart as far as what's going to happen in the crypto, how they're going to kind of update the SWIFT system with crypto systems to make them much faster, but then they're adding all these stable coins to go transfer with it. There's 71 of them in the United States right now that are considered stable coins. There's one called Paxo Gold that actually literally you buy gold and they put it in a vault for you and then you get credited a token. So there is one already kind of doing it, but we're all waiting for the bulk of the United States to formulate their own system as the good guy system, and everybody wants to come on board and get attached to that.
All right, Daryl, no comment? Okay, maybe did I lose him? Okay. Again, so I'm trying to get Daryl clicked off. What is going on here? Hang on a second. Yeah, go ahead, Glenn.
And I could hear you. It's just a matter of, in order to hear Daryl Paul, he's coming through your phone and you're holding it kind of close to your microphone on your neck. So it was a lot of difference in the volume from him compared to you.
Right, I know that. Yeah, thank you. I can't unclick him for some reason. I don't know what is going on. Hey, Daryl Paul, hang up and call back in. Would you do that for me, please? Because I'm trying to click on unmuting you and it's not letting me do it. It's really weird.
Well, you're not limited to just one person. We had more than a one-person call before, right?
Yeah, maybe it does limit one person. I really don't. Let me hang you up and then I'll.
We were just talking, with three of us.
That's right. I was. I don't know.
They have to allow a certain amount.
I'm trying to click on it now. It's not allowing it. I don't know why it's not doing it. That is really wild. Okay, let's make him host. I can't even make him. Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. This is crazy, y'all.
Wow, I just heard that I'm a host now.
Yeah, you are. And that's why this system, that is weird because all of a sudden.
All right, I'm taking over the show.
Okay. There you go. Take it over, man. Yeah, everybody's a host right now, but they're not unmuted. So how can they do anything? I don't know, but that is really weird.
If you need to recycle the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, need to.
What about re-meeting? I mean, when it comes to the quantity of people, I see that there's 6 people watching in YouTube where I am. And I don't know about Facebook, but I mean, you still transmit through. You are now a host. Send out the restream codes, and then that way I don't have any delays. Because I don't know, it takes probably 30 seconds for my post from YouTube for you to see.
Yeah.
And we go back to the direct system. You are now a host.
That is really weird, man. Okay.
Is there anybody else on?
Okay, Daryl Paul, there you go. He may have fallen asleep by now. Daryl Paul, are you there? I guess I don't know what's going on. He may be. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so we're going to be doing a lot more of these. Maybe one night when you get time, you can come on with me, and I'll send you some the basic theme that we're going to cover, and then we'll stick with that. And then at the end we can talk about a lot of other things. But we're kind of going to run through a whole series on this, where we go from one layer to the next on explaining all this to people, so that they can really get a hold of it.
Well, I'm thinking about the FDIC question. You said that Cheryl was asking you the question about what insurance do you take or whatever.
No, that's Carmen.
Okay, sorry. Again, America has been, kind of duped into paying people, an extra fee to do certain things. We're going to end up in a realm where, we're on our own. So, basically, I don't foresee getting insurance, on any type of money. After all, it is securely held. The only issue would be, that the system itself is like unhackable and nobody, can access, your funds or your account or whatever. I mean, the whole realm of digital banking that's coming up is that you have, and I was answering that question, excuse me, with Randy about like the cryptocurrency and the cryptography, and it got real complicated. I mean, this whole realm that's coming isn't going to be user friendly for everybody, because they'll just kind of explode their minds on trying to grasp it all. And it doesn't have to be that way. All you got to do is kind of know that in the digital realm, there's like equations that are made that are sort of invisible. If you remember, the early codes of computers was just like a lot of zeros and ones put together, and it made, a arcade. So, we go a couple steps ahead, and you got this high-tech blockchain technology. That's another term you're going to hear a lot over the next year or two. Basically, it does an equation. When it finishes the equation, it stores, the equation, and it tucks it away in the internet, in the blockchain. And so it's just a real high-tech way of, I'm hosting you.
Yeah, I'm working on while you're talking.
Yeah.
Daryl Paul.
Yeah, so.
Hey, hang on a second, Glenn. Daryl Paul, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what's going on, man. It's messing up. It's messing up. Somebody said they had trouble with the show last night, so I don't know.
Is that system like on your Mac?
Computer. Come back.
I'm now host 4 times in a row.
Okay, wait a minute. Maybe now it's working. Okay, what is this? Okay, Wanda, you have a question here? Hello? Or 214, you have a question? I think everybody, hang on a second here. Okay, I think, no, it's just really messed up, man. Wow.
Did you reboot the system?
I just tried, I rebooted it twice.
Well, if you rebooted it, how can I stay connected? I mean, normally it cuts everything off.
No, you just recycle it.
You are now a host. People are listed as being on the phone.
Yeah, I don't know. Daryl Paul, it's still not letting me. No, there you go. Daryl Paul, you there?
I'm here.
Oh my gosh, dude. I've been trying to get you. Every time I would click you, it started turning everybody on to, they were all hosts and they weren't her. So I don't know what the power you got tonight, dude. I don't know what it is, but back off, man.
Well, I just sent you a text right now. I'm going to ask Glenn and you the thing about the depository that I wanted to know. is our gold more protected from the government as say like our money is, and the bank, with the bank and with the government, they can shut it down, but can they get to our gold in the depository, the government?
Yeah, well, if you let's say you owe the IRS something, instead of going to your bank account, they'll go for your gold. Is that what you're asking?
Okay. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, they can. I've done research on that already. I've got a bunch of answers on that. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get into all this real soon. I'm going to take it level by level and just start a whole show and then do a whole show on that. Ask questions, answer questions, ask questions, answer questions. That way we can really make it really clear. I've already got it all set up and everything. Just like I set it up today. I got it set up about an hour before the show tonight, like what I told you about the answer, the interview way of doing this, which I think is a lot better. And thank God that you were able to get on. So that made it work tonight. That's really great.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, but yeah, they can. Now here's the thing that we have to have. We have to realize, and I don't want to talk about all this too much tonight, but because there's a lot, I want to bring it up in a platform where we unravel it one layer at a time instead of like getting missed. But yes, they can if the government decides that you owe them some taxes, or even if just like in any other system, just they could come in and shut your bank. If they can shut your bank off, but they can get into it's because Texas or the feds have the IRS or whoever has access to that. Yeah, if you owe money, they're going to get it through your gold if they don't get it any other way.
Okay, so but in terms of with the whole thing, you were talking about with our regular accounts. Okay, you got to sign this, and then if you don't sign it, we're going to just take your money. And then could they do something like that with the depository and the gold?
No, well, anybody can do anything. They have to be a pretty crooked government. We're going to have to trust. The Texas government has proved itself to be, pretty reliable, and plus the fact that we had prophetic words about this, what, three or 4 years in advance. Before, if they were talking about this privately, I don't think they let anybody know about it. I sure didn't know a thing about it. And so here we were prophesying about this stuff 3 or 4 years in advance, specifically that Texas would be the hub of a global system. We talked about that, and so and the whole thing from having, I don't know how the satellite system is going to work, but we're going to have one of those, and now we know it's going to be Elon Musk. That I didn't know at the time. That we're going to have our own debit card. I got shown that in the spirit. That was not a thing. I didn't even know that was a thing existed 4 or 5 years ago. I did not know a thing about any of that. And so what happened was now it's all developing, which tells you that if the prophetic word of the Lord is telling you it's going to be a good thing, then it's going to be a good thing. It may not be perfect, but it's going to be a good thing. Now, the Russia-China system, the dictatorial system, which will be headed up, I think, basically by China, because they already have what is that, Glenn? The CDBD, whatever it is.
Central Bank Digital Currency.
Yeah, the central bank digital currency. Thank you. They've had that for working for 4 or 5 years now, and so because they're so far ahead of us, that's the danger. That's what I'm trying to put out the warning to people. And of course, this is going to get out. I'm going to send this in a way that it's going to get out to our government officials. All right, mainly Donald Trump and our Texas government. I know how to put things out in a way that it gets sent to them. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that. And they already know who I am anyway. So they're going to pay very close attention to it. They're not just going to regard it like, oh, that's some idiot. They're going to know exactly that they better listen to what Chandler has to say, because it could be really important. So that's all developing right now. And hopefully this warning that I'm giving tonight, that China is so far ahead of us that if the dollar goes out within the next year, which it could very well do, that we're going to be in deep trouble, and China will almost automatically dominate the globe. I'm telling you that they will dominate the globe, because in a few months, when the dollar's down, everything's shut off. They haven't got any way to do systems to pay things, buy things. Believe me, y'all, they will take anything. Plus, China is going to come in very deceptively with all their little ways of doing it through apps and different things, acting like an American, acting like they're the good boys, and they're gonna have you. You're going to be buying into something that you're not going to be able to get out of. So in that system, you will not be able to get out of it. I don't know if that's what you're asking me or not, but
So, I mean, this kind of falls in line with what you have mentioned before about the U.S.
yes,
being number one. But when that dollar goes, that's going to be it.
right. If you let me just say this: if you're in the dictatorial system of China and Russia and North Korea, that system, the Antichrist system, yeah. Once if your money is not gotten out, or you haven't made that transition before that happens, then within a few months, China will have taken over the world. And I mean that in all, thus saith the Lord, and all the godly fear that I can tell people. You might want to take heed to this and start praying. And plus, I'm going to be sending out alerts to our government and to officials. Because Trump knows me. I've never talked to him personally. I don't know him personally. I've never said anything to him personally, but it gets sent to him. And he did take heed to our word that we gave in 2019 and fired the security, the head security guy of the Secret Service back in May. After I told him to, it's on the show. I documented it. I said, get rid of him. He's your problem. He's got an opening. Huh? Who's that talking? Hang on a second. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, there we go. No, I think that was somebody else. I had somebody else open, but now that my turbo's working good, I'm back on that. So does that make sense to y'all? Glenn, do you have any? I know it kind of probably shocked you when I said that tonight. Those the specific words, I don't know, but
well, I shared a little bit with you today. I know you don't fully agree on some of the things that I give you, but at least we can kind of toss it back and forth and see what each of us thinks. Now, my opinion for the information I have up to this point is that the United States won't be in a good state of togetherness with the dollar crashing. And so we may see, I'm just saying this, that we may see the country break apart to some extent. And then I believe in my spirit that this is when Texas sort of takes over as the leader. And to what extent Washington is going to be at this point, nobody really knows. But I believe that God's not going to leave us out to dry, and China's going to dominate that much. I mean, right now, China has a camera on every street corner. They got facial recognition on every one of their people. Those people are glued down, and they know who they are, and they're under total control. We don't have that surveillance here yet, so we're not that bad.
But
I see it that Texas is going to kind of go back. Texas actually was its own country before it actually became a state, so it can revert back to that. That's not out of the question, but I'm just throwing hypotheticals out here. The thing is there could be a couple different systems eventually that get formulated for the country, and you might have some blue states that want to hang out together or whatever. But Texas will be the leader, and so as long as you have access to, getting, a hold of Texas one way or another, I believe that no matter where you live, you still can actually be connected. Now, the other thing is
okay, hang on a second. You're worse than me, man. You get going and you can talk all day long. I love it, but I hate it at the same time. Okay, let me throw in a thing or two there. It's the advantages of having your own show, and I have control. I can turn you off anytime I want to. Anyway, just trying to give some examples of what it's going to be like when China takes over. Anyway, so but yeah, here's the thing. Let me kind of back up. When you give a load of information, I want to make sure that I greet that information with my interpretation, and I'm the one. I'm just going to be very much like Paul the Apostle. I'm going to just say I'm the one that has the mantle for for this whole thing, given to me by the Holy Spirit by an angel from the Lord in 2005, January 11, 2005 is when it happened to me. So it's not that I know everything. I don't know anything, but I do know what the Lord wants me to know, and I do know the important things, the foundational things that matter. And so that's how we got the information long before anybody even talked about it or breathed about Texas being the hub of not just America, but of the globe, of a second system. And you didn't even believe in the second system, dude. I mean, you told me a long time you don't even think there's a second system. So
I told you that you were the only one that
okay, and
talk about a two-system thing.
okay, there you go. So yeah, and so a lot of people have problems with this, which is understandable because nobody's ever talked about it. Nobody's ever mentioned it, and so I didn't even believe in a second system until God showed me. And the reason that He showed me was because of the mantle that God gave me. That's why I get access to this special information on certain things. I don't know everything. In fact, I don't know much. The only thing I really know is what He shows me. And then when He shows me from A to Z, what I call the A to Z scenario, He shows me the beginning of a thing and the ending of a thing and where it's all going to go. So when it comes to having information of, everything, all the B, C, all the way to Z, all the information in between. Once you know A and you know Z, once you know that, then it's easy to see things in between. You know what I'm saying? Because you know the beginning from that can't be right. What so-and-so said, that can't be right because it doesn't end there. Now, you know that can't be right either because you know how it started and how it's going to end. So that what they say it can't be right. So that's why I can go through scenarios that people give and say that's not going to happen. If it does, it's going to be very, very temporary. It's not even worth mentioning. It's going to be very temporary. So that's the only reason, Glenn, that I know. It's not because I'm smart or because I'm a researcher. I'm not a researcher at all. I research by the word of knowledge that I have that God gives me. He says, Randy, I want you to look this up. Randy, I want you. He didn't say my name or something. But I want you to look this up and look this up, and he tells me what to look up. And because I look it up according to what he tells me to do, therefore I find the answers without having to dig through a bunch of research and spending months and months trying to look for some little key. He gives me the key, and then with that key, I go in and I do research with it, which is why I'm going through the information I'm going through. This is not a bunch of hypotheticals that I'm trying to. I mean, it's the A to Z thing with some of the stuff in between, right? So the reason that I'm going to maybe contradict, I'm not sure contradict what you said about you're saying that it could be go through a small troubled time. And I don't know what you mean by that. In fact, when you say you believe that it could be a small troubled time, you could be right, but you're going to have to describe, I don't want you to do it right now, but you have to describe what you mean by that, because most people interpret that as total devastation for 3 months or total devastation for whatever. And it's not going to be that. What's going to happen is these people know this is going to crash. I got a lot of background noise and somebody, so I'm going to have to close it, shut everybody off if that doesn't stop. So if you're moving your phone around, please stop that because it's making a lot of noise and people can't hear what I'm saying or what you're saying if that noise is going on. So please try to not move around too much. I don't know who that is. Okay, so it's still going on. Whoever's moving their phone around. Okay, hang on a second. Let me turn it up. So I'm just going to mute them just for a second. Okay, so all that background noise doesn't just mess with me. It keeps people from hearing clearly, so that's why I do it. We'll turn you back on in just a second. Thank you for being with us tonight. So the reason that I say that not that there's not going to be some problems, but when you say problems to people now about economic problems, they just think the worst. So we got to be sure-footed in what we say without a bunch of meaningless nonsense about there's going to be problems, without being detailed about it. So I want to be very careful that on my show, you can have any show you want to, anywhere you want to have it, but on my show, I need to be careful that if you say something that I'm not sure I agree with, that I have to rebut that a little bit. So the reason that it's a man-made crash is because they are going to catch it with the net that they are making now with Texas depository system and the debit card, and also what Trump is doing. They are building a net because they know the dollar's going to crash, and so they've got a net to catch it. In other words, it's a man-made crash, or you could call it a safety net that is going to keep it from doing what most people think when you say there's going to be some troubled times. And you may be right what you're saying, but you need to make sure you make clear that. In other words, I'm going to make it clear what I'm saying so people can walk away knowing what I said, because I'm the one who has the A to Z on this thing. So when I hear things that are maybe questionable, I have to bring it up. So okay, so everybody understand what I'm saying, what's being said. I think Glenn may be right in some of his information, but I know what people, I know I deal with people all the time, and when you start saying trouble time, they start thinking, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And so there's a net, and that thing is what Texas and Trump is putting together. That's the net. That's going to keep it from doing this crash thing. That's the whole purpose of a man-made crash. Is for that. So if you're saying that, Glenn, then I agree with you. If not, then I totally disagree. And you're probably close. But let's go here and go back to Glenn, and let's go back to Daryl Paul. Where'd Daryl Paul go? Here we go. Okay, so Daryl, I got Glenn and Daryl back on again. Okay, Glenn, I just wanted to clarify that just in case people freaked out.
I understand.
Okay, so what else were you saying there? Or Daryl Paul, you got something?
Basically, you kind of put the roadblock on me, so now I got to kind of
Well,
where I was.
okay, yeah, I apologize.
Okay, yeah, just to basically put the verbiage out there that I guess nobody can really, know exactly how this is going to go down. Where I was saying is that I believe that when things get weak, Texas will take the lead, and then I believe that's when the power of Washington and the federal government kind of fades away and detaches from the Texas system, and then when you're attached to the Texas system, well, it's sort of safe haven. The whole thing is like we were talking today about all the details of if the dollar crashes and everything else is attached to the dollar, that means that's going to become worthless. Where are we going here? So, like the 18 trillion in deposits in the banks, according to the information I had recently. I mean, that sounds like a lot of money, but when you're looking at, a government that's 38 trillion in debt, they can't even take that and pay the debt off. They can barely pay the loan on the debt. So really, we don't know for sure how much they're going to be able to catch on the fall, like say, your deposits in your bank.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, hang on a second. Well, go ahead. Finish up on that real quick.
But, the bottom line here is that before the stable coins and all that stuff really gets into full swing, there is a transfer of wealth that's going to come just by the new system and the components that are going to come and do it. Basically, they're, like I told you, my investment of XRP, these people that are going to be millionaires for this realm, they're going to cushion the transition of the Texas system. I'll just say it that way. That's my belief.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that or not, but okay, very good. Okay, awesome. So we're talking about stuff, and if I agree, I will agree. If I don't agree, I just say I don't agree, but it doesn't mean that he's totally wrong. But so there's a lot of good things. So we're one of the things that I want to make clear tonight that's very, very important is that right now you have to understand this is the facts. China has the system that Texas and the United States are trying to get together real quick, and so it's a very much a possibility. Because as a prophet, I have to give warnings straight out. I can't fluff it for you. I can't play little games with you on it. I have to tell you exactly what I get. China, right now, if the dollar went down in the next year, unless the United States and Texas, Trump's genius bill really becomes genius, and Texas bill becomes active and launched before the time they're saying they're going to do it, which I think they will. I think they're going to launch it somewhere at like the word that I've been getting from the Lord about a year and a half into Trump's term in May, June, July, something like that. Maybe exactly May. It's about 100. about a year and a half into his. It's what I got. A year and a half into his term. So May, June, July, somewhere in there. Not September. That's I know it may not sound like a lot, but when you got a word from the Lord, a word from the Lord means a lot more than just somebody guessing or I know this and I know that. When they really don't know from the Lord those things, they may have some great information. But when you know from the Lord about something, it's a whole different thing. And saying that nobody can know, Glenn, is not proper when you're on my show because God can show anything to anybody. And I know what you mean by that. I know what you mean by nobody's going to know the exact details. Well, as soon as you say that, I hope you say it more because it's when you say stuff like that and when other people say stuff like that, then God decides he's going to show somebody and just to show that he can do it, right? So I know what you mean by when you say that, but I want to keep that corrected on my show. You can say it anywhere else you want to, but on my show, you never know what God's going to show. So we don't want to put that negative thing on there and that doubt thing on there that nobody knows. Somebody could know, and God has shown me a lot of things that nobody's known. Nobody. And so only because I have that mantle, not because I'm smart or a good researcher. It's because of the Holy Spirit. So here's the thing. China could literally, and so don't let anybody tell you, including anybody on our show or any other show or listen to any other video, tell you that China cannot take over the world in the next year. Unless Texas gets their rear in gear and Trump, whatever Trump needs to do, I don't know what Trump needs to do, but they need to together with Texas and they need to up this thing up, which they already may have planned. They're saying September, but I think they mean May or June. That's what I think they mean. So, but I have no proof of that, only by the word of the Lord that I get, and I judge things by the word of the Lord and not by my opinions or by my research or what some smart person who knows a lot about economies, which we have a lot of those people on YouTube and all those places. They're very wonderful people. But these people have great information, but they don't know how to put the puzzle together. Only the Lord puts the puzzle together, and that's my job. I'm a puzzle piece guy. God gives me a piece of the puzzle, and eventually we know where it goes. And so I'm putting the puzzle together for you guys and for the globe to know. In the next few weeks, we're going to be talking about details, like I talked about tonight. After detail, after detail, after layer, I'm going to layer it for you so that it will be a testament, like a New Testament of something new that's going to go on. And so I have to clarify everything to make sure that that's done properly. And so that's what we're going to do. And we'll do an interview style without a bunch of opinions added to it. Like Daryl Paul did really good tonight. He didn't add his opinions to anything. He just went along with what we recommended, and then he could add his own little the way he asked questions. But we have this very designed, and so it is designed as an interview system so that people can really get a hold of it. I'm hoping. So Daryl Paul, thanks for being on with me with that tonight. I gave him a fifth, dude. Glenn, I gave Daryl Paul 15 minutes. I said, hey man. No, well, I wish. Yeah, 15 minutes before the show, or 20 maybe. I texted him. I said, hey, man, can you come on the show and do an interview thing with me? If you can, let me know. And so he said, yeah, I could do that. So because we've talked before and we've done things before. We've done some little things before. So thank God he jumped in there. Thank you for that. And he couldn't get his girlfriend in on. I call him his girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? Nicole to get on, but I did invite her on his text. I didn't text her, which I probably should have done. I had so much going on. I'm just going to send it to Daryl, and Daryl can tell her. But so anyway, there we go. All right, I see Nicole is on. Do we want to talk to her? Is she available to talk or no?
She may be available to talk.
Okay. We're gonna actually let a woman. We're gonna actually let a woman get on here with us. Oh my gosh.
She might not want to be up for that long with us.
Okay. In other words, she can't handle the real men too long. I know. What do you think I'm trying to do, Glenn? Trying to get her on here. All right, let's get her on and see what she says. Maybe I'll get rebuked. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe she'll rebuke. Hey, can you rebuke Daryl Paul or something?
Hey, Randy.
Hey, Nicole. How are you doing?
I am well. I was late getting on tonight. I had a coaching call I was in, but this is really exciting. I'm excited about this interview.
Yeah, you've talked a lot about that, about how you think when God gives prophetic words, whether through you, to you, or from other people, it prepares us. And so I think that's really right. I think that's what we're trying to do here. And so we're going to really, PGN is going to change somewhat, in that we're going to do this interview style of a information, getting that out. Hopefully that maybe you and Daryl Paul can be on with us, and other people, maybe you, just whoever wants to be on with us to do that. It would be great.
I love it.
Oh, great, great.
Right, Randy. Guess what, Randy? If you
What?
give me like even like the day you notice, it'll be so much better.
That's Nicole. Can you rebuke him for saying that? I mean, what's 15 minutes with something he's never done before? I mean, come on, man.
Randy,
What?
he's a planner.
Oh.
I think, Randy, you and I are more fly by the seat of our pants, but Daryl Paul's a wonderful planner. He likes to plan things out in advance. He's really, really good at that.
Randy, so I went on the seat of my pants today, and as you know, Nicole, I was in another Bible study for like the previous 2 hours, and then Randy, texted me, and I said, hey, guys, I gotta go. I gotta go do this now.
Oh, really?
I was down today.
That is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Well, thank you, Nicole, for letting him come on, and for straightening and letting me know that he's a planner. So in other words, I drew the planner out to walk in the water tonight, and he did a great job. Actually, he never sunk once, like Peter did.
He did. And Randy, you have to be one of his favorite people, because I'm telling you, for most folks, he would be like, no, you got to give me nothing.
Well, he's told me no before, so he has told me no before on stuff. So I understand that one. Well, we really love you guys, and we love Glenn too. Glenn doesn't think I love him, but I really do. Right, Glenn?
Well, if they don't pick that, they don't love him. So.
Exactly.
Remember that show, The Odd Couple, with Oscar and Coleman?
Yeah.
That might be you and Glenn. Okay.
Oh. Well, that was a pretty popular show, so that might be good.
Like the other guy. Pretty popular. I'm not still on who's the neat freak, but that would be
I love that. That's a great example. Yeah. So that's what we're hoping to do. We're going to try to get, because we're going to be doing a lot of information. I mean, a whole lot. I just barely touched the surface tonight, y'all. That question and answer thing was a short one. I have some that go on for a while, and they just unlayer it, hopefully unlayer it properly. And
you know what,
what?
Maybe I think it worked well, but you have to ask your other listeners. But I'm just talking about how we did it tonight. Those were about 16, 17 questions that we actually got through in about an hour.
Oh.
Because I know sometimes when you get on a topic, you might just go on a tangent and just like talking about something, right? But see, you stayed in the pocket when you said, here are these questions. I kind of want you to ask me this in a conversational format, Q&A. And then you just answered the question and we just kept moving on. And it went fast, but you still got answered.
Yeah. Are you trying to say I get off track? Is that what you're trying to say publicly on my own show? Nicole, can you save me here? Can you take care of him for a second? He's getting out of control already.
This is what happened when he made me host, Nicole. He made me host a few times today, so yeah, I felt good about myself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think. Carmen is saying, Randy and Glenn, ha, 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 the odd couple. And then she says, Daryl has me crying. Why are you crying for Daryl? I mean, what did Daryl do to make you cry? You mean crying in a good way or crying in a bad way? It has to be crying in a good way, because you know what I mean. Yeah. So, she said laughter, crying with laughter. So I guess you get the kudos on that one, Daryl. So that's really awesome.
I put that picture in her head with the odd couple. So
yeah, that's that was pretty good, by the way. I love that. I have watched that a time or two. Awesome, man. So, yes.
Randy, may I ask you a question?
I don't know if I have the answer. We try.
Okay, is community night. Do you think you'll make maybe like Monday or Tuesday interview night?
Yeah, and we could do Wednesday. We could do like the first 45 minutes of interview if we had I have so much information to pack in, but Monday and Tuesday, I think you're right. Probably that might be the best. You think? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I don't know. I think whatever works for you.
Okay.
But
Well,
I think you had it on one of those nights. That would allow you to kind of, have something consistent that you can look forward to.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Do what? Say it again.
I said, Randy, it would be a plan.
Don't bring up the plan. I'm not a planner, man. As you can tell, literally, y'all. Like I said, if you just came on tonight, literally 15 minutes, I'm texting Daryl Paul, and I said, "Hey, man, can you come on the show and do an interview style thing, and I'll send you the questions." And right away, man, he said, "Yeah." So I very feel honored tonight that him being such a planner that he let me do that. So Nicole, I feel like I'm kind of batting 1,000 tonight.
You are batting 1,000. Amen. Hallelujah.
I hope that the Lord gives me the strength and the power to look beyond. So yeah, get outside my comfort zone.
Yeah, you got out of your boat tonight. You got out of your floating boat, and your floating boat, and you actually walked on the water and did pretty good. You never sunk one time, but I could tell I did really great. All right, Glenn. So what do you think about what are your opinions flowing through your mind right now?
Well, your Mondays are pretty much just talk night anyway, most of the time. So that one seems like it's already a given. And then the rest of the time, I mean, that's kind of, miscellaneous that you jump around on Tuesdays and you either have a topic or you might talk. So, I mean, if you're going to do it once a week, is that going to be enough? I mean, Mondays.
Yeah, I think
automatic.
I think like Nicole, I hadn't even thought about it really until y'all brought it up. I honestly had not even had time.
On the weekend, next thing you know, something happens. You send me, 3 texts. I send you 2 back. And then what would you say? What did you say to me? Oh, I'm gonna do this right away on Monday's show. So you get all this weekend stuff all kind of pent up, and then you're ready to just give it to everybody on Monday because it's the start of a new week.
Well, that's kind of it. Yeah, that's a little bit it. But mainly the thing is that I've been working on this. I don't contact. I do a lot of. I do my research mostly by word of knowledge, not by curiosity. Oh, I do that too, but I do mainly. So I've been doing that for like months and months over this months, and so. Yeah. So what happened was months and months and months of notes on all this stuff, kind of like all over the place. I'm going, God, I can't do this. I can't give people all over the stuff place. We need to organize it. So I'm not an organizer. So please help me do that. And so the things I talked to you about, Glenn, are just a whole different bag of things. I mean, we talk about a little bit of things, but I'm going to talk about things that, dude, you don't even. I mean, I've never talked to anybody about any of it. And so we're going to talk about all that stuff with a surety. And so the reason I talk to Glenn is Glenn is really into this stuff. If somebody is interested in what I'm interested in, I will text them 1,000 times. I will. If you're interested, I don't care who you are, a friend, not a friend. If you're into what I'm into and I need somebody to go back and forth with, you will be that person. And some of you out there, some of you have gotten many, many texts from me when you talk about something that interests me and that I'm into. I love to go back and forth. Even if I don't agree with you, I love to go back and forth because I like to hear what people say. I like for people to say, Chandler, you're wrong about that, because it makes me go check it out more. And so so I've been doing this, not just with Glenn, but and Glenn doesn't know this, but I've talked to many people about, Jeff. Jeff is one of the people that I talked to. Nicole has some things that has been, about the Book of Revelation. She's the person that I go to when I want, hey, what do you know about this? Because I have a prophetic word in my mind. I'm going like, do you know where this fits in? Does this fit into anything? And what do you think? And she's very informative on that. And so I text her. Sometimes I'll text her a lot. Sometimes Daryl Paul and I have gone back and forth, and he's come on the show with me on some of the platforms and got on the platform with me on the video platforms. and we've gone back and forth and back and forth and back and forth for hours, right, Daryl Paul? And so I go over stuff with a lot of different people. And so Glenn is one of those, and Glenn is really into this stuff, and so I enjoy talking with him, and we go back and forth. But the information that I have, Glenn, and all those listening tonight, it's going to be stuff that I've never talked with anybody about, really. So we're just going to unlayer it layer by layer so that people can get it, hopefully, in a very simple fashion, instead of a bunch of financial language like some of you smart people. You text me stuff, I'm going like, can you please repeat that? I mean, they know what they're saying, but I don't. I'm going like, duh, a dummy over here. Can you say that in English for me? And so they do their best. But so that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to bring it out in a dummy form, like the books we say, athletics for dummies or computers for dummies. We're kind of going to do that. So that's what we started tonight. Thank God for our spontaneous organizing freak that got on with me. And got on spontaneously and got out of the boat and walked on the water, I might say, rather well. So anyway, so that's really good. Anybody else got anything? I'm trying to shut up.
Well, I'll be the first. Yeah.
Do what?
I have an emergency here of sorts, so I'm going to have to step aside.
Okay.
I got to go.
Okay, man. Thank you very much, Glenn. Thanks for your help. We'll be talking. We'll be texting you soon. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, I got him muted. I have Daryl Paul and Nicole with me tonight. So you guys, I think I never even thought about the Monday and Tuesday thing. I think that we're going to, for the next few months, because we need to prepare people, Nicole and Daryl Paul. You're a preparer too, I think. I think we need to prepare people for this. That's why we're going to focus on it in plain English.
I know you probably didn't hear the first hour of the show, but the questions that Randy sent me to do in the interview format were very good. And it's a lot of stuff that we already talked about and that we want to know. So we might want to re-listen to that later. But those were some good questions.
Awesome. And Randy, definitely, I love now how the show is on YouTube. I can always go back if I'm 5 minutes late, or in this case, a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I love asking questions, so I'm excited.
Okay.
Whenever you need me to pose questions, I really like that.
Yeah, I would love that.
I enjoy it.
Yeah, Daryl probably told you that I texted him about. I said once he said yes, I said if Nicole would like to come on with you, because I know you'd like to ask questions. I know that about you. I said I told Daryl Paul, if you'll ask him, he'll probably tell you. I said, man, if Nicole wants to come on, she can come on too. So I got busy, and then I forgot to text you that I had texted him. And so anyway, there you go on that one.
But yeah, I let Randy know that you were in your other meet for a little while. So that's why I didn't say I'll just let you be in the meeting, and I'll go ahead and take over for tonight. What we do have to check though, Randy, going back what Nicole just mentioned about the YouTube, but Carmen said that my audio wasn't really that loud on there. I'm not sure if it was the whole time or how long it was, but even if we have to do something next week, what you do with Nicole or with me, we should probably get that straight to make sure that on Turbo and YouTube or Facebook, wherever else, that everybody's coming through clear so they can hear.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, we'll do that. We've worked on that stuff. You and I have worked on that stuff before already together on that. So we'll have to try it again or do something. But yeah, we're going to have to all those people who want to do the interview thing with me and think you would like doing that, send me a shot, shoot me a text and say you would like to consider, because I will send you the questions and then you can say the question however you want to. You can ad-lib it as long as I know what you're asking me. And then I will give the answer. That way, like Daryl Paul said tonight, we went from one thing to the next without a bunch of got off on what did he call me, a rabbit trail chaser or something like that. Which he's exactly right. He's exactly right about that. But you didn't have to say it, man. Everybody knows it, but we're not supposed to talk about it. But yeah.
Hey, you keep moving. But that's why I like how you gave the questions and I was able to add them a little bit too. Keep it in a conversational format. So.
You really did. Yeah, you did great. That's why I'm saying you didn't sink in the water one time on that one. And like I said, I gave him 15 minutes time to practice. He didn't have any time to practice, actually. But
He's a natural. He's a natural, Randy, just like you were a natural with the baseball.
really,
Yeah,
wow,
remember you were telling us the story about how your coach perceived it? You
yes,
started talking to him, and you didn't know it. He just did a few little tweaks and changes, and the next thing you know, you were like his star person.
yeah. My coach really did that for me. I was the worst player on the team. Now, you trying to say that he's the worst player on the team, or he was?
Maybe I'm saying
Oh.
you're drawing something out of him that I think is amazing.
But you know what, Randy, and Nicole knows the story. I can kind of correlate that too because when I first started playing basketball, I was horrible. But then at the end of like 2 years, I was the best person on the court. So,
Oh my gosh.
We all have humble beginnings.
Yeah. Okay, so we can say you were the worst at something, but maybe not the. Okay, yeah, okay, there you go. Anyway, so you and I are both in the same boat on that. We're in the same boat on that one. Yeah, so we're picking around. You guys know we like to have fun, but truly, that's amazing. Yeah, so I didn't know that about Daryl Paul, so that's really awesome to know. So let's play a song. I'm going to take a little quick break. If you guys want to stay on, you can. That's up to you. But let's play. Somebody recommend a song. What song can we play?
Jesus Train. Jesus
Okay,
Train.
you know.
I want to hear that one.
Okay, I'm going to go for that one. You didn't have to even bend my finger or bend my anything. You didn't have to like push me at all on that one. Okay, let's do that. Let's do the Jesus Train thing, and then I'm going to take a quick break. And if I can find that, oh, here we go. Okay, I think I got it right here. Here you go. We'll be right back.
Like a little girl living in a great big world. Took the Jesus train in my midnight hour, safe from devour. Just an insignificant guy, I don't know where to fly. Got on the Jesus train in my darkest hour. A worshiper in a worship room, looking round at sounds that boomed. People looking up and all around for someone to worship with on the Jesus train. All aboard the Jesus train, hearts united in His name, lifting voices, joining hands, rolling through the promised land. Spirit guides us through the night, faith's our compass shining bright. Every mile brings something new as we worship me and you. All aboard the Jesus train, love eternal breaks these chains, finding purpose, finding place in this holy meeting place. All aboard the Jesus train, love eternal breaks these chains, finding purpose, finding grace in this holy meeting place.
All right, we are back again. And all right, let's see here. What do we have? We got Daryl Paul and Nicole. Let's get them back on here with us. All right, you guys are back on, so don't say
Yes,
anything.
I'm here, Randy.
Thank you, guys.
Randy, Mike is very sensitive. I know when you had to mute me, like I could open the refrigerator and there must have been a lot of noise going on your end. And you couldn't, I see like there was a lot of background noise for you. So when
Okay.
I'm on talking to you, I got to be in a certain room, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. So I don't know what I could have. I just do what I always do. Probably always the same. It's always messed up a little bit, but so I do hear a lot of background noise now on your stuff, and I'm not doing anything different. So
Can you hear it now?
not right now.
Okay.
Okay, maybe it was you. You never know. The audio thing, when you listen to these internet radio shows, you hear a lot of people having trouble with audio things. It's really a major problem sometimes. The internet can just go crazy. Yeah, I can still hear that background.
You know what? Wow. Okay, hold on. Might be the room that I'm in. Might be a different room. I think that goes away.
Because you were fine before. Okay, so Nicole, I think we're going to take you up on your thing. I think the Monday, I hadn't even thought about when we're going to do this. Mondays and Tuesdays will probably really be a good time. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
I mean, Nicole, can you hear that background noise on his phone?
I can hear it too.
Okay, I thought it might just be. Okay, I thought it might just be. Okay, so it's on his phone. It's not mine. Because I'm just sitting here like I do. I have all the rest of the night. I do have fans on. Yes, I do have a fan on. The fan noise, but that's not making that squeaking noise.
But Randy, you have the AC is working again though, right?
It was, and then a couple of days ago, all of a sudden, my refrigerator started flickering. I have two refrigerators. I have a refrigerator that I've owned for the ministry for a long time. I have it here in the house also, plus the refrigerator that belongs to the. So my refrigerator was blinking off and on, and all of a sudden, the lights went off in certain rooms, and then my AC went off. And I'm going like, oh no, it did it again. So now it's off again, and so yeah, I just got it fixed. They fixed it, and then I don't know what's going on. It may be maybe having a studio and having a lot of things plugged in, but I don't normally have those things plugged in for very long. Like when I do the show, I plug in those monitors that I use on Thursdays. Other than that, I just do like I do right now. I don't have that much on. Tonight's Monday and Tuesday and Wednesdays are really easy night because we have the video showing me sitting in a chair basically, and that doesn't take any power, basically much. So I don't know what happened, but yeah, it's back off again. So I'm not very happy about that.
Wow, I hope they can get it on. You definitely need the AC because you're talking to us for 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours.
I know. I have a couple of fans on. It does help, but anyway, thank you for that. And we probably will be. I'll be talking. I didn't even talk to him today. I had so much going on. I didn't even stop and talk to him because it's a trip just getting him on the phone or going to the office. It's a trip doing that, believe it or not. But let's get Daryl Paul back on here again. See what's on. Daryl Paul, you there?
I'm still here.
Okay. All right. If we don't have anything else going on, I guess maybe that might be it for tonight. Unless you guys have some questions, things that we can think about doing on the show. Anybody else has any recommendations on things you're listening to the show tonight? Maybe you liked our interview style thing tonight. Maybe you're not sure about it. But I like it. I think it's the best thing we've ever done as far as getting information out. Because a lot of times I want to get a lot of information out, but it's hard to do it on my own. And that's why I was groaning today. Oh, how am I going to get this hundreds and hundreds of notes that I have? I mean, I have notes out the kazoo on this thing. And I've been getting it together with prophetic words and all that, trying to make it make sense so that people can put the puzzle together with what's really actually going on, not just prophetic words that are coming, but the ones that have already come in the past, and put it together in a system where people can grab a hold of it and really be able to run with it.
Right.
And so tonight I came up in my groaning over how am I going to get all this information out? And all of a sudden the thought came into my head about an hour before the show. And I thought, let me see about an interview style. That would be cool. Never even thought about it before. And so that's when I put it together. I had to stop everything and put that together and get the questions and the answers that we want answered. And then I sent them to Daryl. I told Daryl Paul, I said, if you want to do an interview thing with me tonight, I'll send you the questions and I'll do the answers. And he said, yeah. So that's literally, y'all, how it worked. I thought it was kind of a sign from God.
Amen. Nice.
Definitely. Now you got it together right before the show. I was able to do it, and we were able to come on to do it without a hitch. So I think that's the sign from God to keep going.
Yeah, with the interview style, yeah. Yeah, I do too. And so I'm very happy with that tonight, and I appreciate your willingness to get out of the boat, walk on the water with me. And yeah, that was really. I'm glad Nicole brought that up because I did not know that about you. I mean, I did. We've done some talking before we got on the outlets, some platforms, and you've helped me work out some things. Or we tried to work out some things. We didn't get a lot of success on some of it, but still, yeah. So this is really great, and you kind of have a nice voice also, as well as Nicole does too. And we have other people out there listening tonight. If you'd like to do an interview thing with me, let me know about that in case Nicole or Daryl Paul or Glenn are busy. That way we can have people I can contact out there that might want to do it with me. I would love to have you on, and let's get this thing going, man. Let's start informing people.
And Randy, one of the things I like about when Glenn is on, it kind of reminds me of, if you ever watch when I think it was like Kennedy and Combs.
Kennedy and Combs.
Yeah, you remember Sean Hannity before it was just his show? He had a show with Alan Combs. It was two of them kind of, you know.
Oh, really?
And so, right. And so that show was very popular. So I think not only it's nice when you can get energized.
Yeah.
We can hear you kind of pushing back that thing that makes it, exciting for listeners to hear. And also it kind of allows you to bring even more clarity, when it starts to go like murky or there's a different perspective. So I think it's great to have different voices, and I like when you have Glenn on. I don't know if you want that to be a regular segment, but I think that's good.
Yeah, I think that we can work. Maybe we can work several different scenarios, and see what could work out. I mean, who knows? We might come up with something. Not come up with a trio or do a thing like CNN does or Fox, where they have 2 or 3 people on and they go back and forth and interview and talk to each other. That could be maybe a new thing. Maybe that's why they do that, because it works.
Right. When Hannity went to just having it was just him, like sometimes I watch, but really not on a regular basis. But when it was him and Alan on, I would watch all the time.
Really? I didn't even know that happened. I'll have to look into that and see if I can find a YouTube on that. That would be really good.
Oh yeah. It was good. They would go at it.
They would. So they would go back kind of like Glenn and I do. Well, once we get you two stirred up, and you start saying, Chandler, I don't think that's right, man. I mean, we can go really go at it. That would be fun.
Right.
Yeah, because we don't agree on everything, Nicole. I mean, I don't know what we don't agree on much. I know maybe a couple of things we don't agree on. But who agrees with anybody on everything? Nobody does. So if we can make a thing out of that, and it'd be very real, like I get upset sometimes. And people say, "Settle down, Chandler." I'm going like, I can't, man. I'm too stirred up. So, I know people that have tried to provoke me before. Not I mean in a negative way, but that tried to provoke me before, and I just kind of went around the provoking and didn't get provoked. I'm thinking I should get more provoked. You know what I'm saying? With what you're talking about with Combs, and to make it more fun and make it, and really 2 people that are going at it who really believe differently.
Right.
Yeah. Carmen is saying, I like Glenn too. He brings interesting things. You can correct him on things that others don't think to ask. You can correct him on things that others don't think to ask. Okay. Yeah. So PGN may be fixing to take a turn for Mondays and Tuesdays, where we do that, and then on Wednesdays I can do my little. If I want to do some preaching, or if I want a little teaching little thing I want to get into. But I'm so into this right now. As a prophet, I feel an urgency, not because the dollar's going to crash tomorrow, but we have to bring the scenarios to wake people up. To get them to think about what could possibly happen. And to get them, if anything, to put the fear of God in them in a very real way, not in a phony, fake way, to where they wake up and they go, man, you mean the dollar, if the dollar falls apart tomorrow, that the only people that could save us would be China? Yes. At this point, that's correct. I mean, I know about this stuff. I do research on it. Now I do research by word of knowledge and not just by, curiosity or trying to, whatever. So this is, and the information that I have is very up to date and very real.
Wow.
Yeah. So when I brought that up tonight, it was very important to be brought up because it's the truth. Now, not that it's going to happen, but
You are now a host.
But the fact that the fact that it could happen, if the dollar goes bad in the next year, we're not going to be ready. We're going to be ready in a year and a half, and not even ready then. You see, here's the thing that I want people to think about tonight. We now have a system in place that we prophesied about 3 to 4 or 5 years ago, literally in specifics about a debit card, about Texas, the gold, and all that. We prophesied about that 4 and 5 years ago. I want to say 4 or 5 years ago. And so it's now happening. It should have been happening when I was prophesying about it. They should have made me look bad, like, oh yeah, he got this information because we told him that we're going to do this next month. That would have been nice. That would have been bad for me to make it look like I'm just getting information with people, but they didn't. Of course, then, whatever. They're just now doing it. They're just now doing it. And China had been putting it into action for 5 years, 4 to 5 years, literally. They have 2.5 million or something like that clients that work their system, that buy and sell, and they work this thing. They know how to work it, man. And we don't even have ours going yet. So the reason I'm trying to say this stuff is to very clearly wake up people and put the fear of God on them in a very real, godly way, that, this is very real, what's standing before us. And I'm not going to have their blood on my hands because I didn't warn people, because I didn't want to get people excited. Are you kidding me? That's my job. That's what I'm getting paid for. I don't really get paid for it, but that's what God rewards me for, is doing my job. And so I have to do my job, whether people understand it or not. Like people, don't be saying it quite like that, because we don't want to get people. No, if the Lord tells me to say it and to use it as a possibility of what could happen, then I do it to wake people up. And so hopefully, yeah. So we need to get them to speed that up. They should be having it done already, because China, like I said, had it. And a year from now, they're going to have 5 to 6 years of experience with it. We don't have any experience with it, none. So the dollar is very, very pliable. It's very pliable. It's very, what's the word? Vulnerable. It's very vulnerable. And so here we are playing with something vulnerable. That's very vulnerable. That's global. That everybody's like going, oh, we don't want to vote on that today. Let's vote on that, like they should have been doing this. Like, I've been telling people they're voting on this, like, what, 2 or 3 times a couple of years ago, or maybe 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, yeah, something like that. I said, oh, I think they got it. I think they passed it. You know why that urgency? You know why that excitement? It wasn't because I'm trying to like be right. It's because I'm going like, oh my God, we get this going. We're gonna be able to save people. We're gonna be able to have a system that's going to be able to, give the Antichrist and his system a run for their money, literally. So this is a very So what we're going to be doing the next few weeks and months with this information, probably on Mondays and Tuesdays, maybe even sometimes on Wednesdays, if we feel the need for it, to inform people and let them know. We got to get off the lazy bone and that thing. Oh, well, it ain't gonna matter because anyway, it don't matter. No, it matters. It matters. And I'm the one. I don't know anybody else who's saying this other than me. If they're out there, I don't know who they are. I would love for somebody to send me that have been talking about this at least for a couple of years. The urgency. Nobody that I know of. And if they're out there, please let me know. But so I have a responsibility, and now I'm going to put it into action through this new style we're going to use. And so I think that these things are going to be so. Whoever's interviewing with me, we're going to get a lot of hits, especially when this thing starts coming down. People are going to go, you mean that guy? What's that guy's name? Chandelier? Yeah, him, and what's his name? And what's her name? We're talking about this stuff. Oh, you mean they talked about this stuff in detail like 3 years ago, and nobody told us about it? Yeah, and it's going to be hot because we're going to have it archived, and it's going to go off the charts. I'm talking billions, not millions. Like right now we have 50, maybe 20, sometimes 100. I'm talking billions, y'all. Our prophetic words are getting billions of hits without our name, without PG's name on it. On all the words that I've talked about, that we've given specific detailed information on. The bombing of the Iranian nuclear sites. We gave specific word on that 13 months ago, 14 months now. Specific, very specific. Not, I think there's going to be some bombs going off somewhere around Iran, and I think I see an airplane or two. Yeah. No, I'm talking about Israel's going to bomb their nuclear sites, and then one of the bombs, the bomb is going to be like, somehow an earthquake's going to go off at the same time the bomb hits. I said, I don't understand what it is. That's just what I saw. I saw it. I saw this back in 2007, 2008. So if people don't understand by now that I see things because God has put this mantle upon me, only because he put this mantle upon me. If they don't believe that by now, they're deaf, dumb, and blind. And stupid, I might say. If they're listening to it, and by now, if they're not going, oh my God, man, we better listen to what he got to say. Because what they're saying, I mean, this has literally been happening. This has literally been going on. This is global. This is important. This is our money. This is our life. This is our children. Oh, but you know what? The devil's got them so asleep, y'all. Oh, well, I don't know if I believe that or not. Oh, Chandler got one. Good guessing, Chandler. And literally, if you knew the stuff I've gone through, you know I'm not kidding. But good guess. Oh, how many guesses? That's 50 guesses in a row. Good guess, but I think that's going to be about it. 50 is about all you can do. I mean, come on. So people think you're bragging about yourself. But if I was bragging about myself, God would shut me off. And as you can, maybe some people can tell, he hadn't shut me off yet. Because I'm bragging about him, not myself. And the mantle he's given me.
You're just getting started, Randy. You're just getting started relative to where things are going. I mean, we're blessed to have you here stateside. I wonder for how long that'll be, but you'll tell us if things are moving along with you and getting over to Israel.
Yeah, I can't talk about that right now, but yes, thank you for that. And it's very true. There are many things happening. Pretty soon, I'm just going to tell everybody that our little 50 hits we get on some of our shows, maybe 20 hits, maybe 100 sometimes at the most, when everybody watches it 3 or 4 times. I'm talking about just like the words that we give right now that are going global, specific detailed words that are going global. They've been going global every day. I've already done research on it, and it narrowed it down to the smallest number that I could come up with to be reasonable. And it's billions of hits per day, day after day, week after week, month after month on some of these words. That the Elon Musk thing went on for about a year and a half, 120 something days, and they're still talking about it. That's a word that we gave specifically about the king of Babylon looking into the treasuries of the United States of America, and that Trump would allow that to happen. That was on the news every day, all over the globe, not just here in America. You know how many hits that is? I'm going to tell you right now. It's an easy billion per day. So I don't know anybody who's getting that many hits. So let me just tell you this right now, and I know I've repeated myself on this stuff, but I'm trying to get the message out so people hear it. Pretty soon they're going to have my face on there. They're going to have my face on the news. when they get permission, when it's time, you will see my face on there, and you're going, oh, there's Chandler. Is that? Oh, he looks really. He must have some makeup on. He looks really good. No, but he said, I'm just kidding. He looks really nice. What they do to him? Fix him up a little bit? But no, you're going to see my face on the global news, and they're going to say, here's the guy that's been specifically talking about that. That is coming up. That is coming up. And when that happens, there's a lot more that's going to go in between that, which is happening now. But when that happens, then my life will become a whole different thing. A whole different thing will happen. I will.
Are you
Yeah.
gonna have to have like a bodyguard or something?
I have one. I do have one. His name is Michael. Yeah. I mean, I've never seen Michael manifest in my presence other than the dream visions that I've had of him. And I've talked about this many times before, and most people just don't really believe me, or they think I'm just exaggerating, but I'm not exaggerating at all. From the time I had a dream visitation of Michael, and I don't even know what year it was, because it was way back in 2003, 2004. I know it was before I went to the church that I was the house prophet of, which was in 2004. I know I had it before then, right? So it was 2003, 2004, when Michael the archangel came to me in a dream, sat there and stared at me, didn't say a word to me, just stared a hole through me and looking at me. And I knew it was Michael, in the dream, things. And so ever since then, since that time forward, is when I had the mantle put upon me up at for the market. That happened January 11, 2005, when the angel came and spoke in my ear. There's a massive merger coming. From that time on, Mike and Cindy Jacobs will tell you if they tell the truth. They don't really like me that much because of the merchandising thing. But if they sat down and told you the raw truth, they would tell you that they asked me. They said, where did you get this? Because these people who are seasoned people, mainly Cindy, a seasoned prophet, when she saw that happening to me over and over again, she knew that something was different about Chandler boy. And so that began it. And then God started giving me information about Israel, a bunch of information about Israel. Some of it I've given about the nuclear sites. That was from Michael. I believe from Michael. The taking down of the regime through Azerbaijan, that was given to me through Michael. And a bunch of other things about the name of the Antichrist. All that was given to me through Michael. Now, Michael didn't show up in the dreams. I haven't seen him since that dream vision. I'm going to turn off Daryl again because he's making a noise. He must be chewing his finger. Does he chew his fingernails? I'm just kidding. He doesn't chew his fingernails. I'm just playing. He's probably eating a banana or something, or maybe having some chicken. I'm not sure. No, I'm just playing. But so that's kind of what. What? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying he likes pizza.
That's probably pizza. Oh, there it is. I like pizza too. I don't get to eat it much, but I sure do like it a lot. So that we have that in common. We have two things in common so far. You were really awful at things, and you got really good at it. I just found out that about you. And then we both like pizza. So that's two things. And plus, we're both males. So that means three things, actually. So, hey, Daryl Paul, I'm moving up the ladder. Hallelujah. This is really awesome.
Randy, can I ask you a question about your experiences with the Archangel Michael?
Yes, of course.
So, just to start with, what did he look like? Like, how tall was he?
Well, he was sitting in a limousine, like an executive suite car. You can see the president when he pulls up and he's in a black limousine, with the,
right.
The window was rolled down, and he leaned forward in the car, and all I could see was like from his upper shoulder up, I could see his long black, had very dark hair. I don't know if it's black or really dark brown, but it looked black with maybe a little flicker of white stuff in there, little bitty. And he's a handsome man. He looked like, I've seen Jesus. He looks kind of like Jesus, but not, a handsome man, very dark hair, he looked like he was in his 30s, maybe, 30, 35, somewhere in there. I don't know how old he was. He just looked like about that, but he was sitting there and he just stared at me and just looked at me. And he never said a word, which is really unusual.
Randy, so you said his hair was dark. Was his hair straight, wavy?
No. Yeah, a little bit wavy.
Curly?
Yeah, a little bit wavy. Just a little wavy.
And
Beautiful black hair, beautiful dark hair, really dark hair.
And then was his skin like? Was it like white? Was it olive?
It was kind of
brown?
That's a really good question. It was that didn't really show up so much. I didn't focus on that, though it was a focus, I think, because he was kind of olive. He did kind of have a olive, a darker skin, not like dark, but like an olive. Yeah, so it's a really good question. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like olive, like he was tanned, or olive like he was,
Anointed.
Arabian or Jewish, or
Oh,
olive
I see.
like he was African American. Like, what does olive mean?
No, he looked like. Right, that's a really good question. Really, you asked a really good question. You are good at questions. Yeah, he looked like an Israeli kind of a person. Had that kind of a look about him, like an olive skin. Not dark olive skin. Not. When I get a tan, I'm dark, but I'm reddish dark, right? Like an Indian. I have Indian blood in me. Michael was more of a golden dark brown, and so. Yeah. So he kind of looked Jewish. I guess you could say he looked Jewish, but I don't know if that's the right way to say it or not.
Okay, now, so you looked at his, so you can see the upper part of his body, right?
I saw him from about barely his shoulder. I didn't see any wings because he was sitting and he was leaning forward and he had the window rolled down. So that kind of tells you what I could see of him. Basically, it was like maybe the top of his shoulders, but I saw his hair, and of course his face was very dominant in the car. And he was turned toward me and staring at me.
Okay, right, and he didn't say anything. So did he look like he was ready to like annihilate someone? Did he look friendly? Did he look aggressive? Did he look what?
I love that. Yeah, that's a good question. No, he looked very serious. He looked very intelligent. I don't mean intelligent like he looked very smart. He looked very like a spy. Like you'd think a good spy would look. Maybe a high-level intelligence agency person who runs the agency, who's kind of a that he looked like a warrior. I don't know if I'm probably saying the right words on that. He looked like he looked tough, but yet his skin was very youngish, like 30, 35. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, something like that.
Now, did you get the sense, and maybe you can tell us with this experience or another one, did you get the sense that if to communicate with him, it was going to happen telepath? Like if you wanted to say something to him, did you need to say it, or could you communicate with him telepathically, and could he communicate with you telepathically, or did he have to say the words to you? Like how?
Yeah.
And I don't know if that type of communication happened in this particular encounter.
In that particular encounter, he never said a word to me. He was leaned forward in that executive suite car. I saw it shows he's looking at me, turning his face, looking right at me. He's very serious, like he was there checking me out. And so, what was the main part of your question? I'm sorry. Okay, Luna.
No, I was really just trying to get at how.
Oh, communicate. Yeah. No. No, there was no communication at all. Only thing in the communication realm was that I knew there was no voice. In dreams, when you just know things, you don't really, you don't have somebody sitting there telling you something. You just know something. I knew it was Michael, and I knew it was Michael the Archangel. And so that's all I knew. And there was no communication, no telepathic, no going back silently, nothing, absolutely nothing. And I kind of kidded around about it a little bit because to me, he was looking at me like, like the Father sent him to check me out, because not to check me out, but to say, this is the guy I've chosen for some certain things for Israel. Okay, and I want you to go check him out and get to know him, because you're going to be, I think that it was all about you're going to be connecting with him in the future. So I want you to get a good look at him, maybe get a facial on him or whatever. I don't know, what they get when they see things, but you're going to really see him. You're going to know him that way. Wherever you see him, you're going to know it's him. You're going to be doubt about it, because you're going to be contacting him soon. And the reason I say that is because after I had that visitation with him in a dream vision, that all of a sudden I look back at this years later, right? I look at all this stuff years later. Like, when did I start getting that information? Oh, 2004. God spoke to me, and earlier than that I was going to be working with the two witnesses, and that I would be, part of the temple, or be around when the temple's built, and the Antichrist and all that. I knew that back in 1988, 89. So, but the information that was given to me personally happened on January 11, 2005, when the angel who whispered in my ear, I don't know if it was Michael or not, because it sounded like an innocent child, like he was whispering in my ear. He was whispering, "There's a massive merger coming," just like that, and that was it. I woke up, and I was laying on my bed on my face. I woke up. I said, it was so real, you couldn't question it at all. And so I think that he was. That's the reason I say, by looking back, that he was there checking me out, because him and I were going to be getting together in some way or another in the future a lot. And that's why he gave me the name of the Antichrist, because he already knows the name of the Antichrist. He already knows that. So he was giving me that. He was giving me that information, I think. When God spoke to me and wrote the names before me and told me who it was, and he gave me the dream vision about, the casket thing and all that, that was Michael was a part of that, revealing all that to me. Because he watches over Israel, and all the Antichrist stuff is about Israel.
Right. So, see, let me ask about angels in general. So we know that he's assigned to you for the specific things related to Israel. Do you have thoughts about, like, when people say, "Oh, I have an angel watching over me. I've had an angel since birth," this or that? Do you have thoughts about other angels that are working with you on your assignment?
Well, I had a recent experience. I think it's been 4 or 5 months ago, something like that. And I talked a little bit about the angel of the gospel of God, or the gospel of Christ. And what is it, Revelations, where that angel shows up? Is it Revelations 14 or Revelations, whatever it is? I had an experience with that angel. It wasn't the same as with Michael, but I don't even know exactly how that's going to work out, except it had to do with the gospel of Christ, and that I'm going to be part of preaching the gospel with that angel or something. And so, but other than that, I've never been much of an angel person, to be honest with you. I've never been an angel person. I never got interested and looked into angels before that much, very little. So I don't know, Nicole. All I know is that I've had an angel who slapped some people who were trying to be mean to me, and because yeah, that had to be an angel, because they got slapped. They were slapped at the same time and right in front of me. I mean, I watched the mark on their face, and they looked at me. Honest to God, it's honestly happened. We were standing at the front door. I was getting ready to leave. We kind of had a little bit of a miscommunication, to say the least. And it could have been my fault. I don't really know whose fault it was. It could have been my fault. I don't know. But these two people were standing at the front door, and I was trying to get out the front door and just move on for the night. And they were railing on me a little bit. And so all of a sudden, literally, their faces went to they faced me. The faces went to their left, to my right, like they got hit at the same time, right? And they had a red hand mark on their faces, literally. And I was so shocked, because then I didn't even have I didn't know anything about anything. I didn't know that I had a Michael. I didn't know I looked up, and they literally, the young man literally pointed his finger at me. He said, "You just slap," and then he realized, how could I slap both of them at the same time? He realized that I didn't do it. And I walked out of there, Nicole, going like, man, that was weird. That's about all I thought about it. Now, that was kind of weird, until I thought about it years later. It had to be an angel, because I didn't touch him. I'm not a violent person. I'm not a person who hits people. I talked about my fights that I've been in, but those fights were because I wasn't a fighter, and I didn't want to fight. But they provoked me that by, a bully was trying to mess with the people that couldn't fight back. And so I stepped in and said, "Meet me out there," and we had a fight. But I'm not a fighter. I'm not a person who hits people. So I don't like it. But But so, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm going like, that was really weird, man. An angel had to do that. So I don't know who it was, but yeah.
So did they contact you after that? Did you ever see them again?
No, no, I've never seen any of them, Nicole. The only angel that's appeared to me was Michael, the archangel, in the dream vision. Other than that, I had David Wilkerson's. You know who David Wilkerson is?
He's the one who prophesied about Russia and things like that.
Yeah, but he's pretty much a very serious guy, prophet guy. He in 1980, I think it was 1982, he showed up at the foot of my bed in a supernatural form because I knew his face pretty well because I liked him. I liked his. I was very serious at the time, very very serious. I really liked him a lot. He was very serious, very forthright, very prophety, you know, and all that kind of thing. And I liked him. And he appeared at the foot of my bed. I remember I woke up and I looked and I saw his face, knew it was him, and he had this robe on from about the waist down, a round robe. It was like, you know, rounded out. You know what I mean? It funneled down like a funnel. It set on him like a funnel. It kind of looked like a funnel, except it was supernatural, and the power of God was rolling out of it, literally rolling out of it. And he said to me these words: "There's an anointing for healing relationships." That's what he told me. That was it. He said there's an anointing for you. But that was so I never understood that exactly. I didn't know whether that was his spirit or maybe his angel that looked. They say your angel looks like you, your personal angel. So I don't know if it was his angel. I don't know what it was. But from that day forward, I wept all the next day. I went to try to tell my friend about it, and I could do anything but weep. My best friend, I said, man, I tried to tell him, and I couldn't even do anything but weep. All I could say was, all I could say was like a couple of words, and literally for I don't know for hours and hours. And from that day on, an anointing for healing hit me, and almost every person I prayed for was healed. And that's when I thought I had a healing ministry. I mean, every person.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was. So that's the only experience I've had with supernatural things was David Wilkerson experience at the foot of my bed in 1982. The thing with Michael in 2003, 2004, somewhere in there, and the voice of the angel speaking to me, but I never saw it. I've never seen an angel other than the possibility that was David Wilkerson's angel or something. I don't know. But no, I've never really been much of an angel person. I mean, I don't look for them. I don't. You know, nothing wrong with looking for them, but I just don't really do that. But now that I've been connected with the gospel, with the angel of the gospel of God, that was kind of interesting. But I didn't see him. I just God just connected me. I can't even tell you exactly how it happened, but it happened, and I was connected. And so he told me that I would be like Paul in a sense, kind of like Paul. Never be like Paul, but like Paul in the fact that if you preach any of the gospel than what I preach, you will be cursed. And so, meaning that somehow God was going to give me the pure gospel, and I don't have that. I don't say I have it yet. The pure gospel of Christ, like Paul had, to where if people preach that I'll be saying, he told me I would be saying this. If anybody preaches any of the gospel than what I'm preaching right now, that they'll be accursed. You know, they're not even the real gospel. So that's kind of crazy to me, but that's what he said. So with all the other things that have happened to me that have come to pass, you know, I don't know. I don't want to say no. I just don't. I don't understand that one. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Like, okay, whatever you say, man. Like he told me, he said, I'm going to raise you. When he told me not to merchandise in 2009, something like that. When he told me not to merchandise, he said, I'm going to raise you up above them all. That's exactly what he told me. I'm gonna raise you up. I'm gonna bless you above them all. I'm going them all who. I didn't even know what he was talking about, and I've shared this on the show for years. This is not a new thing. And so, you know, so now what's happening is that it's literally physically happening. The fact that our words, in one way that is happening, is the words that we're giving are now being listened to by billions of people every day. At times, when the words come out and they start talking about like Elon Musk and about the attack on the Iranian nuclear site. That's and then many other works that I've given. I'm going to talk about them all some night, and how they went global. So we've had more hits than anybody. I mean, that kind of showed me. Said Lord said, yeah, see, I told you. And going like, man, that's what you meant by that. Wow, I mean, I don't know anything. I'm just like, I'm just the in between boy. I don't know nothing. If he tells me, I know. If he doesn't tell me, I just like everybody else. I'm like doing research trying to find something.
Right. Now, Randy, you said that you moved to Texas from where?
Well, I was raised in Texas. Yeah, I was raised in Texas. I was born in New Mexico.
Okay, that's what I was remembering.
Yeah, I was born. Yes, thank you. I was born on October the 7th, 1953, in Clovis, New Mexico. My mama gave birth to me. She thought I was really cute. I love to say that, man. It's like she thinks I was really cute. So yeah, I was in Clovis, New Mexico, and then we moved to Las Cruces, New Mexico, where my dad went to college there, and graduated, and then we moved to different places, back to New Mexico, and then to Texas. We moved to Texas, Freona, Texas. My dad ran the grain elevator there because he was into that. He was into that in a professional way, into grain, and kind of like Joseph. And I like to liken it to Joseph a little bit. I never realized that until a couple of years ago, that my dad was like Joseph, so he stored up grain, and yeah. So I thought that was very interesting. And then we moved to Farwell, where I went to high school and graduated from high school. Yeah, and then graduated from high school there. So whatever, I don't know what to say about that.
Interesting.
Yeah, a town of 1,200, a little Farwell, Texas, a town of about 1,200 people. Let me say something here. Hang on a second. Just let me say something here. So Glenn says something. Said when you get doing this new format, use the studio and the Restream platform. Have all the people's audio on the show wired into the main system. Okay, so he's trying to help me out to get the audio right. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Glenn. I got you. Okay, gotcha. Okay, Nicole, back to us. Back to you. Back to the angel thing or whatever.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You want to talk about that audio thing, or
Nah.
back to the angel thing?
Yeah. No, I don't want to talk about the audio thing because I don't know what to say about it. It's awesome. Great idea.
But I think those experiences with the angel are very unique and interesting for people to hear because, for me, I've been listening and being a part of the ministry as a supporter for a long time, but for folks who are new to it, and even folks who've been around for a while, when you're trying to make sense of, is this person credible? And who really is this person? When they see your assignment being confirmed by signs and wonders, that gives credibility that things like a degree or a reference or whatever, it just gives a level of credibility that's undeniable for the person who's really a truth seeker.
Wow. That's I think so too. I think you're right. I've talked about, the people think when you talk about this stuff, if somebody else not saying it for you, they think you're just bragging about it. I just kind of got over that a long time ago. And so what I say about that is that one day I woke up and I realized that, because I always wanted to walk with Catherine Kuhlman's anointing, right? The same anointing she had. And so I was really intrigued with her relationship with the Holy Spirit. Very intrigued with it. Very, 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 very intrigued. And so I wanted to have that. So I started trying to step out and do that. It wasn't working for me. But what happened was God woke me up one day, so to speak, and he said, look at the miracles, prophetic miracles that I've given you. I went like, what do you mean? He said they were creative miracle works, just like with Catherine Kuhlman. And I got so excited, Nicole. I went, man, woo, that was awesome, man, because some of the words God's given me have been so unbelievable. And so, just in the realm of the creative miracle thing, and God just said, see, Randy, I told you, because he was just trying to encourage me, because sometimes, like anybody else, I'm a human being, and I go through times, not very many times, where I need somebody to build me up, who's credible and who I believe and I know. And it's not too many of those that I know prophetically or, that I trust. So, when God told me that, I just said, man, that is Jesus, you are so awesome for showing me that. And so I started realizing that began for me the signs and wonder part where God says, I'm going to bring signs and wonders around you all the time. I'm like, you are? Like what? And so they're prophetic signs and wonders. They're not like healing signs and wonders, which I would love those too. Those would be awesome. And I've tried stepping out of that off and on, still to this day, like Elijah, and Elisha had those kind of miracles. I've had some back in the day, but not really in the last few years. So, I don't know where that's going to go, but yeah, the signs and wonder realm with me is more the prophetic information that I get. Like let's just talk about one of the latest things that happened. That was the bombing of the uh, nuclear sites with Iran. I mean, nobody's prophesied that. I got that word back in 2007, 2008, and out of the blue, wondering how Israel's going to retaliate against Iran for striking them on the 13th. Because this is on the 15th. I'm on the show. You were on that show that night, and I remember you were there, and other people were too. They were going back and forth, and I was rapping and playing around with Dan, and we were having fun. And then all of a sudden, because my whole thinking was, how are they going to retaliate against Iran for what they just attacked Israel? They've never attacked Israel ever, ever, ever. That was a historical thing. So I'm going like, there's got to be some kind of retaliation, but I don't know what it would be. I didn't have a clue. So on the show, 2 days later, with that on my mind, all of a sudden God brings it to my mind, and I prophesied on the show. I said, you know what? I see Israel bombing Iran's nuclear sites, and it's kind of like at the same time an earthquake hits. Is what it looked like, or the bomb created an earthquake. I'm not sure because I couldn't tell, but it just looked like an earthquake. And so look what happened, Nicole. That's exactly what happened. I guess you could say an earthquake didn't happen, but the bomb that Trump put down in there, the Lord said, see, that's what I was trying to show you. I went like, why didn't you just tell me? And all I could see was like John the Revelator. You kind of see what it is, but you don't really understand it, right? I just didn't understand what he was trying to show me. I just explained it like I just said. And so, that was a very credible miracle word. Most people think they think I come up with it, I made it up, or I'm lying about it, but I got it all documented. That's why I document things. Because the Lord said the reason I want you to document things, Randy, is because the things I'm going to do for you are going to be so unbelievable that nobody's going to believe it unless you prove it. You see what I'm saying? That's why I get so occupied with that.
Yeah.
And
it makes sense.
Yeah, Carmen is saying, could it be an earthquake of events that follow afterwards? No, I mean, yeah, it could be, but it wasn't that an earthquake. I didn't see an earthquake shake and tear up a bunch of stuff all over the place. I saw, because it went so deep. I mean, what you're saying could be right, Carmen. I'm not saying that it's not, because that is definitely happening. I think you're right about that. But the truth is, we have to say, when you get a word from God, you have to say very specifically, and not get away from its original foundation. And the original foundation is that what I saw was like them bombing it with some kind of bomb, and when the bomb hit, it looked like an earthquake shook. That or God, and I said this, that God either let an earthquake happen at the same time to help to do damage to their nuclear site. I didn't know. All I know is that it went deep. And so there's not much information about bombs going that deep. So no, it's not an atomic bomb. Atomic bomb is not an atomic bomb. There was no big explosion of things going everywhere and the whole area falling apart. It was just like in that one particular space that I saw the bomb hit. It's like it looked like an earthquake going on, which is now we know is when Trump sent the bunker buster bombs. That's what they do. They break through the ground, and they go like an earthquake. They break rock. They break rock. And so how much rock they broke, we don't know exactly how much rock they broke, but rock was broken. There's no question about it. And so that's what earthquakes do, is they break rock. When a regular bomb can't break rock, like under the ground, and then they had concrete underneath with that. So it had to be a pretty big. So in other words, that's the interpretation to it. I don't want to exaggerate it. I don't want to exaggerate words. When I get a word, I try to stay focused on what it was rather than add to it a bunch of stuff. It's cool. It's cool to think about that stuff, and I think about all kinds of things. So, yeah, it's not an atomic bomb, not even close to an atomic bomb. It was like an earthquake, and and a bombing like the bomb hit the ground, and the dirt flew. There was no massive atomic bomb thing. So, I just want to keep that really clear because on my show, y'all can talk about whatever you want to on y'all shows or anybody's show. But on my show, because I'm responsible for this, I have to make sure that I keep it really clear. And thank you for your for saying that though. It's really cool, but it's just not what I saw. Okay, I'm trying to. Anyway.
Randy, you know what would be so cool? So you know how you have been using AI to generate images and videos? Do you have any interest in generating a picture of that experience when he was in that black limousine or that black vehicle talking about Michael staring at you? That would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be. I had not ever thought about doing that particular one. I have been working on how I got into AI in the first place was several years ago, before AI started being talked about much. And that is that on one of the sites that we have with the ministry, where I get pictures and you can enhance the pictures and that kind of thing. What I did, it says, so there's a part of that particular site that it says, you can tell your dream, right? You can write your dream out, like the dream that I had of the Lubbock earthquake, right? I was trying to do that because I was caught up in a chariot over downtown, the city downtown. I was over the chariot with no horse and no wheels, and I was trying to do that one, and so I was working on it, and it's an AI system. So because I didn't know how to do it very well, that every time I would say, okay, I was in a chariot, and the chariot had no wheels and no horse, and it was up over, two-story building. I mean, downtown. I don't know how tall those buildings were, 100 stories. I don't know exactly. And so you say that in it, right? The AI version of it, and you type it in there, and it did everything but what I wanted. It was just like, it was just horrible. I go like, I hate this thing, man. This thing is horrible. And so really, I just realized that's when I started realizing I had to learn how to talk to it. You have to know how to talk to AI to do it. So anyway, so that became my experience with AI. But I did think about doing that dream and vision with AI and images. But no, I never thought about Michael. Never thought about that one. That would be awesome.
Because that's a depiction of something that actually happened. So
Yeah.
we're hearing. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yeah.
So that's something that can stay with people. Other things, and I just wonder. I mean, I don't know what you wanted or need to have it into a show, but remember when you told us about how there was that big sword and you saw Satan and he was looking in there?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one too. And I have lightly thought about that one. Yes, that's what that was. That's the Antichrist. That's the second Antichrist visitation that I had. I was in a dream. I was standing next to a casket, a wooden casket, a wood oak casket. Like oak, not some fancy golden thing. It was and I'm standing there beside that casket and feeling really eerie. It's like in a dream, I'm going like, oh, something weird's going on. I don't know what it is yet. And all of a sudden, the casket lid started opening up, just like that. Could you imagine being at a funeral and all of a sudden the casket lid, like the guy's going to say, hello, hey, man, what you doing here? Good to see you. Like, wow, man. But the casket lid started opening up, right, on its own. I didn't lift it. So all of a sudden, I don't know if out of fear I did it. All of a sudden, I somehow got on the other side of the casket, and I'm looking toward the window and in the back, and I'm swinging this huge sword. I mean, a really, really big sword that I couldn't swing by myself. And I'm swinging it back and forth about waist high, and because I knew something was wrong. In the dream, I knew that it was Antichrist, and so I'm swinging this sword, this big sword, to the right and left, and I'm hearing demons scream. You should have heard that, Nicole. That was like freaky, man. It's like a horror movie. Like, "Ah, ah." I mean, bunches of demons. As I swung that sword, they were screaming. Yeah, it was like amazing. And so I knew that was the sword of the Lord. Later, I figured it's the sword of the Lord, but the sword God had given me specifically, not just a general sword that we fight with, but it was a specific sword for this time and this hour, for this day and this hour, to deal with the Antichrist. And so I'm swinging that sword, right? The demons are screaming, and there's a kind of a picture window, and then I'm like another look like a kitchen. Yeah, kitchen windows look, they're kind of up, and you got the sink, and but there was no sink or anything. But so Satan all of a sudden shows up in the picture window, and he's walking toward the other window, and he stops at that window, and he looks in, and I mean I'm looking right straight at the devil himself, and yeah. So and then as I woke up, as I've talked about many times, from that creepy, crazy, wonderful revelation from Jesus, which was freaking me out in the dream. I woke up. As I'm waking up from that dream, God's Spirit spoke to me so gentle, not like really gentle and kind. And he said to me, and his hair is red, just like that, man. And I got up and I go, oh my God. I don't think the guy that I saw, the Rothschild that I saw, I think his hair is brown. So I thought God was trying to, correct me. And then I looked up the bio of the picture that I had of him, and he was at a party that he was at, and that's where I saw it at a distance. So his hair looked brown, like dark brown. So I did a bio on him, and it sure enough, when it said his hair was red, honest to God, I just freaked out. I did. I'm just like going, oh my God, no way. God, you are so awesome. This is scary, man. It was freaky. It was totally freaky. The way he did it, like the whole dream was like so eerie and so crazy. And I got a big sword, and I see the devil himself, and the Antichrist is in the casket, and like, you have to picture that kind of a dream. It's intense, right? And then as I'm waking up from it, God just kind of goes real kind and gentle, like, and his hair was red. I'm like, wow. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I think we need a video for that one.
I know. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Thank you.
I mean, and I was struck by how you described how, Satan actually looked handsome and princely.
He did. He looked princely. He did. He had a princely look about him, but yet he still looked creepy at the same time. Yeah. In fact,
how tall was he?
Oh, I don't know, just regular height. There was nothing big. He was nothing, In other words, in the dream, he was just like a regular size of a man, like 6 foot, maybe 6'1", something like that. He wasn't really huge and, yeah, regular, very regular.
Randy, did it look like you could take him? I can see like 180, 200, 225.
Did he look like I could take him? I don't know.
I mean, in the natural. Like, did he look like Coleman or Arnold Schwarzenegger, like Coleman the Barbarian?
No, he looked skinny. Yeah, he just kind of regular. Nothing. He wasn't bulky. I really didn't even notice his body. I noticed his walk and his face. I didn't really notice his body that much, although it wasn't big or anything. He was just like a regular guy, except he had a very unique face, I don't know, his walk was just pretty regular, I guess. But he walked up to the window, and he just staring in there, like, he wasn't really looking at me. He probably looked at me, but I don't remember him like looking, and like Michael looked at me and stared at me. He was just kind of like looking in to see what was going on. And the only thing I could figure with that was that, because he didn't show up until those demons started screaming. When I started swinging the sword, which is, I'll talk about that sometime in the future, but when I was swinging that sword was a sword of great authority from the Lord. It wasn't my sword, it's the sword of the Lord, literally the sword of the Lord. And when I was swinging that, those demons were like being tormented big time. I mean, it was like they were being tormented by that sword. And so when that started happening is when he showed up. He didn't show up until then. So I think he was like trying to figure out what's going on in there. You got my boy in there, my Antichrist in there, you got my boy in there. I don't really understand it all, to be honest with you, but it was very real and kind of creepy, but but the awe of God and the fact that that sword has that such authority, it's just amazing.
Randy, this is thought just popped into my head. Do you think that dream could be revealing that when you are dealing with the Antichrist during the Great Tribulation, that you will come face to face with Satan on this present earth?
Yes, but through Nathaniel.
Okay, not as a separate,
Yeah,
as a separate body.
I've never really thought about it as a separate body, though it is interesting that I know what he looks like. That was interesting to me, and the fact that, and when I've looked at some of Nathaniel's pictures, it may just be because I had the image in my head, right? So I don't want to say for sure, but he looked like that image sometimes. He had that kind of a princely, like Nathaniel doesn't really look that charismatic. He doesn't look that great. He doesn't seem like he's really an awesome person. Really, to me, I mean, seemed like a smart guy, that kind of thing, but a filthy, stinking, rich, spoiled brat who is very smart and probably a very, driven person. But when I've looked at him sometimes, because I've seen the image of Satan, what his face looks like, sometimes it looks like his face looks similar. You know what I'm saying? Kind of princely, kind of princely looking. But when I saw Satan in the dream, it was his raw form. So it could be that will happen, but I think it's going to happen through the end. I think he's going to have to take on a body to deal with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off on this.
No. You can come in. That's it.
So just to circle back to Satan's appearance, did he look, if you had to say, like, in terms of ethnicity, was he closer to, like, Italian, Israeli?
None of that. No, he looked like a creature. Like a creature, he looked like a creature. His skin, it looked like his bone structure of his face was that of a picture that I did see. I think I've even got that image somewhere. I do have an image of something that looked like him. I just haven't been able to work it yet to make it where it looks more like what I saw. But I saw something one day. I was in the Walmart shopping around. I was back by the TVs back in the back, and I looked up and I saw this picture on the video. You know how they show, like a video thing showing going on through those TVs. And I looked up and I went, it scared me. I went, oh my gosh, that's him, And it looked so much like him, but it wasn't him quite. And so I took a picture of that, and so anyway, so I'm trying to get an image out, but he didn't look like he was, like Italian. He just looked like a creature, except he was a man, I guess.
Well, is that because the proportions of his face
Yes.
were like an alien gray, or what about his nose or his mouth or his cheekbones or his eyebrows?
Yeah.
Or his forehead made it look like a creature?
All that, exactly. His cheeks, his chin, his features. I'm going to try to get that. Y'all remind me to get that, because if I'm going to do a video of that, I'm going to have that picture to make it real. So, y'all pray for me that. So he looked like he was a man. He looked like a man. He walked like a man. He had the body of a man. He had the head of a human being. It wasn't really a human being. It was like a beast. It was like a princely beast. I don't know how to describe it. Like when I saw Elijah, I said Elijah looked like a man made out of wind. I finally came up with a really good one on that one. But with him, he looked quite a little bit serpentile. Yeah. I think I've never even thought about it before until tonight. I think that may be a good way to explain his face. Yeah.
The reason I say that, Randy, is there's quite a number of people who say that they have been supernaturally transported to hell, and that in hell there are reptilian demons that look reptilian.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
I've never even, till you said that, I never thought. That's probably the more perfect word. I'm stumbling around trying to find a word, right? And he looks like, okay, that's probably a good way to say it. A prince reptilian. What do you say, reptilian? Reptilian?
That's how I've heard them describe what they saw in hell.
No way.
I've seen so many give their testimonies on YouTube on these different, some just recorded their dreams and put it on YouTube, some on different platforms, and they say some of them are in tears, that they were transported to hell, and in hell they saw demons that had reptilian faces.
Wow. I don't think I've ever heard that before, or I can remember. That's interesting because you know what? I've never even, when you said reptilian, I've never even thought about that word before. I've never even considered that word about the way he looked. But when I show you guys, this is going to be really good because when I show you guys the closest thing I've got that looks like him, I'm going to do a little bit of imagery on it. You'll see that honestly, that's exactly what it looked like. He looked like a reptilian man. You know, he had a body, he had arms, he had legs, just like a regular person. And then he, you know, like he said, he went and looked into the, you know, looking into the window and there to see what was going on. Yeah, that is. If I don't get anything out of tonight myself out of all this, that right there, the reptilian thing is really speaking. Carmen's going, the man that wrote a book called 23 Minutes to Hell. He showed picture of Satan. Yes, Nicole is right. Reptilian life. I've got it. Okay, could somebody send me, if you got that book, can you send me a snapshot of that, please? Maybe that would help me to, when I do what like Nicole's recommending to do a video on that, an imagery video on that might help me to do it. If you can do that, that'd be awesome. Wow, this is awesome, man. I'm getting excited now. And I get wore out when I get excited. Excitement wears me out faster than anything else does. Okay, she doesn't have it, but she'll research. Okay, yeah, somebody could find that. That would be cool. That might help me to. Man, what if it looks exactly like him, Nicole?
Oh my God!
That,
well, you know, Daryl Paulson talked to you about Bill Wheat. I think that's the author of 23 Minutes in Hell.
oh, I've heard of his name. I've never read his book. I don't read hell books. I'm just kind of like a. I mean, Jesus talked about hell a lot. We need to talk about hell. But 23 Minutes in Hell. Okay, so I'll have to. She sent me the face of him. Okay, awesome. You know, I've never read the book. Maybe I just need to. You know, I don't like to buy Christian things. You know, I get.
I have to say.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was finished.
Oh, I was gonna say you know, there are lots of people who are doing this or that thing, but he appears very credible. I have watched him report on his experience in hell.
Yeah.
And he has short videos, a channel. Everything's Bible based. You know, sometimes people are giving their testimony. Usually I believe that they believe what they're saying. But that's not the same as me believing that what they're saying is true.
I got you. Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah.
However, with Bill Wheat, I believe him. I believe 100%.
Oh, okay.
When he told his testimony, everything he reports is Bible based. So if you were to read one, that might be a good use of time. You can see what you think.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that. Yeah. Interesting. The reptilian. I would never thought about that. That describes the look of the shape of his face. Oh my gosh, I'm getting goosebumps on that one. Somebody please send it to her. I'll try to get her. So maybe I can do a search on the internet and buy the book, and I can maybe read it, not read it, but just at least find that picture. The picture's in the book, right?
I don't have that.
Would it be on videos and on YouTube maybe?
So his videos are on YouTube.
Okay.
I don't know if he has that on there. His videos are on YouTube.
Okay, nice. Well, I have to check that out. Thanks for bringing that up. Y'all are helping me out tonight. That's and about doing the videos. Yes, there's so much going on. You know, it's hard to describe what goes on with me. It's like I'm just.
I think if we sorry, go ahead.
I think if I could explain, I don't know if I could ever explain what goes on inside of me, and what goes on. It's not bad stuff. It's good stuff, but it's just like I go places, you know, and anyway. So,
Randy, can I circle back to that for a second?
yeah.
About the time you met Satan
Yes.
What was Satan wearing? Did he have on an outfit?
Yeah, it was just kind of like, it wasn't something that I noticed like, oh my gosh, he's got on a beautiful coat, you know. I don't remember. It's just clothes. He did have clothes on. He wasn't naked, you know, like you'd think that Satan would have any clothes. He's too good to wear clothes, but it did, you know, and that part was not really sticking out to me, but he was walking across the big window, probably from the waist up, I would think, someone around the waist up, and it seemed like his clothes were kind of like a greenish, maybe grayish green, you know, light. That didn't really stick out of the dream, but so I'm not gonna land on that at all, but yeah, his clothes weren't really a thing. And when he finally got to that window where he looked in, all you could see was like basically his upper body, or his upper shoulders, you know, and his head, because he was looking in like what's going on in there, just like that. And then the dream ended.
Okay, did you say his big feet?
His what?
Did you say his big feet?
His big what?
Did you say big feet? F-E-E-T?
Oh, feet? No, big feet. No, I never saw any feet.
Oh, okay.
Green.
Did you say big feet?
No, I said he had on green, greenish grayish. It looked like his clothes were like greenish gray. That didn't stick out of the dream. Mainly the fact that maybe he was walking across the front window and I saw him walking up like a regular man would walk up. And then he went to that other window and just from like the upper shoulders up, his head was looking in and he was just checking out, you know, what was going on. So, and then I just saw his face right on, you know, face to face. Like I was probably maybe 8 feet from him, something like. Because that sword was pretty big, and I still had the sword in my hand. And he was coming to check out, what was going on. Yeah. So I was probably 8 or 10 feet away from him.
Okay. Did you smell anything? He was only 8
No.
feet from you.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't smell anything.
Did you feel any? Do you recall feeling any emotion as he approached, like fear, anger?
For me, you mean, or him?
Feelings coming either from you or from Satan towards you.
No, I just honestly, I didn't feel. I was kind of because I knew who it was in a dream. You know, I knew it was Satan himself. It was kind of like, you know, so awe-striking in the sense of like this is not just a regular guy. This is like he's got something else. And then when he got close into the window and he looked, and I'm right there. I'm in front of the window doing my sword thing, right? That window he looked into. And so he's looking into that window, and I saw his face really clear. So that's why I knew what he looked like. And Carmen says he did a life size. The guy, this Bill guy. What we say, Bill? What's his name? Yeah, Bill Weeks did a life size display of Satan, and it was tall. Okay, I don't know. He wasn't like, you know, in the one I saw, he looked like a regular size, like maybe 6'1", 6 foot, 6'2", somewhere in there. He wasn't like real tall or real big or muscular at all.
Okay.
He seemed kind of slender. He seemed kind of slender to me a little bit because his face looks like it's tight. You know, that's why the serpentine really fits it, because his face and his skin looked like it was tight. And he didn't look fat. He didn't look large. He didn't look muscly. He just looked like regular as far as his body. But his face looked like a prince. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's it. Got it.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm excited for you to get a picture of what Carmen's describing, because that will help with the video or whatever you choose to make.
Oh, you asked me a question. You were asking me if there was fear. Sorry, I don't think I hit that. You know, I just had a sense of awe. I think I said that earlier. But when he stood at the window, looking at me, it was kind of creepy looking. But I didn't really feel any anger. He looked like he was kind of calm, actually. He was just kind of figuring. He looked like he was curious, honestly. He looked like he didn't look angry like he's angry, and He gonna kill somebody. I'm gonna kill you, you white boy. Who do you think you are? You may look like you got a tan. Yeah, I know you're a white boy. I come after you. You know, I mean, he didn't give me any of that stuff. He just looked at me like he just looked in there like he didn't even really see me. That's what it seemed like. He didn't really see me. He was just trying to like when you're looking in the window from the outside, you kind of the reflections kind of try to keep you from seeing it real clear so you get a really just a perfect look. Yeah, it kind of looked like that, like he was peering in to see what's going on, but he wasn't really there to have anger toward me or have anger toward anybody. He was just extremely curious. I think possibly the curiosity was because all of his buddies were screaming bloody murder. He's kind of like going, like, what is going on over here, man? I mean, like, he didn't freak out about that. He's been around a long time. He's seen screaming. He's seen everything. That little screaming didn't bother him. He was trying to figure out what so many of them were screaming about. What are they all like being at a concert and all the girls are screaming? Like, somebody walks in and goes, what are they screaming about? And like, what's going on? Yeah, there was no anger. There wasn't no smell, no nothing. Yeah. He was just curious.
Now, when he looked in there, did the demon turn towards him like our leader is here, or like
no.
looking for an exception, or?
No, that's a good question. No, they. In fact, when the demons were screaming, I just saw like shadowed images of them, like in front of me, kind of like, well, about the same height that I had the sword swing. I guess you could. I could just kind of see when they were screaming. I could just kind of see little shadow forms. I didn't really see a specific demon, with the ugly. I just saw like images of like things moving around, like it was dark, like they were in a dark place, maybe, and they were just screaming. The main reason they were demons because they screamed like demons. They weren't screaming like people. They were screaming like demons.
When you say they were screaming like demons, like in languages that were ancient or something in the human tongue, or
yeah, it was just.
The demons sound different than the scream of a human.
It's a good question. I don't really know. All I know is in a dream, things. Kind of like that's. I think it's the only way I can say it. In the dream, I knew it was demons, and they had a really high pitch. Some of them more high pitched than others. Some of them were. I mean, they were screaming at, like really passionately screaming. And there was, I don't know how many of them were. I didn't really see. It wasn't about how many they were. But there was a bunch of them because I heard their voices more than I saw images of them. I heard the voices of many of them screaming. So much so that I think that's why he was curious to see. I haven't heard that many demons screaming in a while. Let's go check this out. This could be fun, and we might get into something over here. It's kind of like that. It wasn't. The only thing that was intense about it was me because I have the sword, and I'm swinging the sword back and forth from right to left, and it's a big sword, and those demons are screaming. And then, of course, the devil shows up, and that was even though he didn't present any particular hate or anything. I didn't feel anything. I just saw him. And he was like very curious.
So when he looked in there and he saw the demon screaming, did he look like he was energized, trying to liberate them from what you were doing to them? Like he was
save them or something?
Yeah.
No, he just I don't none of that. He's just kind of like he's outside, right? He's not even inside. He's outside. And he's walking up to the window and he's going like, he just got showing up to see what's going on. He didn't look like he's ready to attack or ready to take me down or take the sword down. He was just, I can imagine, you can just imagine what all Satan has seen. He's seen before he became bad, he helped God with creation by doing music, right? He was extremely, so he's seen from the beginning of man and before the beginning of man, he's seen a lot of things. So I think for him to hear some demons screaming, maybe because it wasn't just 500 screaming, it was like maybe 500,000. I don't know how many were screaming, but maybe because the amount of demons are screaming and the way they were screaming, maybe that's why he said, like for him to manifest himself, it's just like some really important man, some movie star or whatever. They don't show themselves very often. Only when something really special occasion comes up. And so the special occasion was really that the Antichrist was being unveiled. the casket lid was being opened, and that was and he was, in the dream I knew this. When the casket lid opened, I knew that the Antichrist was coming out of there. He never did, but that's what I knew. Yeah, I knew that. And so he never that ended that part of it. The casket was still there, but I'm on the other side of the casket supernaturally, and I'm at the same place except right on the other side of it, and I'm swinging the sword, and the demons are screaming. I don't really see demons like particular specific demons. Maybe I see images of dark shadows thing moving around, and and the reason I knew it was demons is because you just know things, and then plus it sounded like once I knew it was demons, I was like, yeah, that's demons. Like wow, and they were really passionately screaming.
Randy, I got a story about demons, just a quick dream.
Yeah.
So you were saying you knew they were, you could kind of see like shadowy things. So my dad died many years ago in the early 90s. He was only 43. But some years later, maybe, I want to say about 10 years ago, I had a dream. And in the dream, I saw my dad in the hospital where he passed away from pneumonia. He smoked cigarettes and he got pneumonia, and then unfortunately he didn't make it. But in the dream, I saw him in the hospital, and I saw that he was being attacked by demons, and it just looked like what you just described. Like I could see small, black, grayish, kind of like almost like wind-like creatures, and they were going into his stomach and his chest area.
Wow.
And in the dream, I knew that the reason that he passed away is that he did not have people there to pray for him.
Oh, that's hard.
And I was 15 when it happened.
Oh my
And
God.
when I woke up from the dream, I was like, wow, Lord. So I'm just saying to just say hi. I don't, that's the only experience I have with that.
Right.
But I believe the Lord was showing me something very real. And so I saw the demonic spirits attacking him physically.
Right. Wow, that's amazing. Wow, that's very real. I mean, I've heard that's how they do it. We think they're just like their cancer's kicking back in or something or whatever, and the demons work right along with that stuff. I've heard that before. Wow, that's wild. I've never really seen demons or experienced demons. I've seen a friend of mine who had an anointing for casting out devils. I've seen people crawl around the floor like a serpent. I've watched him. I didn't do that. I didn't have authority for that. Just got saved, and I'm watching him. Right, that dude was powerful, man. He was this young guy, a couple of years older than me. He was like, he made it. But other than that, the only demon thing I've ever had an experience with that I knew was a demon for sure was in the dream. That's it. So yeah, but yeah, I never had.
It's much more.
Go ahead.
I would say it's much more exciting to have experiences with things. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
The ones that are King Jesus.
Exactly, but to see anything supernatural, I think is amazing. But much better to see a beautiful face in front of you instead of like a serpentine man that is the devil. Like, yeah, but anything supernatural, I think, is really awesome. Of course, for Jesus, no doubt about that. Oh my gosh, yeah. Carmen just sent a picture. I don't know where that picture came from. Where did that picture come from? Okay, she sent a picture here. Click to watch the video by 23 minutes. Oh, so that's the picture of Satan. She got a picture of Satan on there. Yeah, maybe we can send that out to other people. Who wants to see this picture that Carmen got of the book?
Andy, is that what he actually looks like?
Do you see it? Oh, you mean you're asking me? Let me see if I can send it to you.
Yeah.
Let me send it to you. What she's sending me. No, that is not. This is it's similar, but he didn't have a bunch of. I sent that to you by anybody want that image that she just sent me. Carmen just sent me the picture of the 23 days in hell, or the 23 minutes in hell, whatever it is, and sent a picture of the demon. And Kind of, sort of, but that one looks more like a cow or a bull. Uh, with
Okay,
horn.
yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, do you see it? So it kind of looks like a bull. Describe it how you see it. But it kind of reminds me of a bull or a cow or something. A red heifer. No, not a red heifer. But and then it has, of course, this picture it has 3 or 4 horns. I didn't see any horns. His forehead looked kind of like that, and his eyes sort of like that, but he had no horns. When I saw him, the manifestation on the maybe that's the manifestation of hell. Maybe his manifestation on the earth is when maybe he takes on. I don't know what he takes. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. All I know is that looks more like a bull or something. And what I saw looked like a man that had a similar looking forehead. Uh, the nose is not the same. So maybe his earthly manifestation is different. I really don't know. But no, that's not it.
Yeah. Okay, I have no idea.
Yeah,
Interesting.
we'll figure it out. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so she did find it. Thank you, Carmen, for that. That's really great. No, that is not what he looked. Not what I saw. He had clothes on, and he walked like a man. He looked more like a man, except he had, like I said, similar forehead. Not quite that creepy, but sort of the shapes, of it. He looked more refined than that. He looked more like a prince. That looks like a cow. Sorry.
And you said he kind of looked like Nathaniel Rothschild in the sense that, like, he didn't look like he like worked out really or anything.
No, no, he did not look like he worked out. He did not look like a muscle man at all. Of course, I couldn't. He had a shirt on, and I get, in dreams, whatever's supposed to stick out will stick out. Like if I was supposed to notice his clothes, I would have known exactly what his clothes looked like, and I'm not even sure what his clothes looked like. It's like he had on clothes, and it seemed like they were kind of grayish, greenish color, but that wouldn't really stick out in the dream. What stuck out was his face, and that is not the one I saw.
Okay.
So maybe
And then you have a question. Sorry.
maybe he has different manifestations. So that's what I'm saying about that. So that could be. I'm not saying that that's not right. I'm just saying that's not what I saw. Sort of similar in a very little way. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
No. I'll just pause there. You've given me a lot to think about. A lot to uh, think about. It just going with you to those supernatural experiences with the images that you painted in my head really just brings it to life in an interesting way. Just causes me to ponder, when the Antichrist is revealed to the entire world. So you've already revealed on September 12th of 2022 the identity of the Antichrist. But when the world,
Yeah.
when he stands in that third temple and it's revealed, and now we're in the Great Tribulation, it's going to be very just exciting times. We're already in exciting times. It's going to be like just a wild ride.
Yeah.
Wild ride.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, it's been a wild. It's been a wild ride for me for a while, and it's been increasing. It's been increasing quite a bit. Like when the helicopter went down, I know most people don't understand, but that signaled to me that we were escalating quite a bit, and that though nobody will say it, and everybody refutes what I say about it, but when you're a prophet, it's not a claim of just trying to be somebody. It's just what you are. God makes you that way. So you just get things that some people don't get. And so I can say it very boldly and say that when the president of Iran went down in that helicopter in Azerbaijan of all places, and we just talked about that 34 days ahead of time, not about going down in a helicopter, but the Iran regime or Iran going down in Azerbaijan, even though that's not saying that exactly precisely is what happened, But he went down. That helicopter went down in Azerbaijan with the president of Iran in it and died, and his staff were all the regime. And so when I saw that, as I've talked about many times before, if you listen, that was a signal for me because I knew about that when I gave that word 34 days before that. I had that information for many years, and never really thought. I can't remember ever talking about it on the show that I can remember. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, for retaliation thing for Israel, that's what came up. Those two things, and those two things, the site being bombed, the nuclear site being bombed, and then followed up with Trump, making it look like an earthquake, so to speak, breaking through the rock. Uh, when the helicopter went down, that told me that the Iran regime change was going to be next. And I told Mike Jacobs about that many years ago because he's the one I talk to most of the time. I don't talk to Cindy that much. I talk to him. And I said, dude, man, Azerbaijan, somehow they're going to take over. Somehow they're going to take over Iran through Azerbaijan. He said, Azerbaijan? Just like that, like what? Because it sounded crazy, right? I mean, it's understandable for somebody to go, what? And so I said, yeah. He said, being take over Iran. He just like I think of it, like take over Iran. Iran is huge. That's a little bitty, do nothing country. And you're saying that, Randy. So when that happened, Nicole, with my background I had with that experience and with the people who they were doubting me. They were just like highly questioning my sanity. And like, man, you getting out. We need to reel you back in, boy. And so when it started happening, girl, it just blew my mind. I mean, I'm just like going, that was a signal for me personally. Like, man, it's going on now. And then I came on the show, that a couple of days later, and on the May the 20th, 2024, and said, I'm going to get in trouble for this probably, but Azerbaijan has had this has been planned for a long time. But I saw this a long time ago. I said this is all about the Iranian regime. That's before anything about the Iranian regime was specifically talked about and being taken over. That was talked about. That started being talked about 4 months later. I keep up with things, That started being talked about 4 or 5 months later, and nobody would dare talk about it, And I kind of fearful of talking about it myself. And I sent out a text saying, "Y'all pray for me because I'm going to say some things that some people are not going to like." And the Azerbaijan is a secret that's been I've known for many years, and now I'm going to reveal it. It's a regime change. And so that's exactly what's going on in Iran right now. Yeah. And so then when the nuclear, then not long after that, the other part of the word was about the nuclear sites, right? And like an earthquake. And then after that, then I realized that the attack on the nuclear sites had to do with sending a clear message to Iran, your regime is next. As a prophet, that's what that was saying to me very clearly. And it all started with, 34 days before the helicopter went down, and then the day it went down, I was in shock when I saw that. And it happened actually in eastern Iran, which is that town that they went down in, that part of it, was called Eastern Azerbaijan. Literally. Look it up for yourself, everybody. And when God just said, Chandler, wake up a little more, boy. Time to smell the end times. I'm going like, I'm already, when Israel went down on October the 7th, that shook me up. I'm going like, that really rocked me. Man.
Right.
Yeah, especially because the angel gave me that word in 2005 about the massive merger coming, and then 8 months later, Gaza was taken over. Ariel Sharon gave it away. Prime Minister gave it away. That happened 8 months after the angel told me that. And then I later connected all that together, going like, that has to do with the end of the end. Now we're seeing all the, Gaza had everything to do with that. I've talked about this many times. Gaza was the trigger that on the day that Gaza was given to Israel, they literally went in and took over. The trigger was cocked back for the end of the global system as we know it. And then, 18 years later, when they went in and killed all those precious Jews, that was the pulling of the trigger. And God says, and then 6 days later, it was October the 13th. You can't make this stuff up, man. People don't pay attention very much. They're like, "What you say?" They're not really into it. They're not really listening very much. They're into their thing and whatever. It's all great, but as a person who's extremely involved in it, it's big for me. It's really big for me. And now and then we did the prophetic act on October 7th by buying 90%. We put 90% of our money, of our cash, for gold and silver bullion. And now what's happened with all that? Because that was a prophetic act for what was to come about gold and silver becoming in the forefront. Now look what's happened. It's coming out everywhere.
Right.
It's mind-boggling. So people that are going like, man, hey, good guess, Chandler. Like, I think people do over the years. I think they're sincere. I don't really kidding with me or not. But when they say, good guess after, you just kind of go like, that's a little pea-picking heart. It's just like ignorant, like whatever. It's kind of irritating at the same time. You understand that's what comes with the package.
Wow, Randy, lots of interesting things happening.
Yeah, it really is. All right, gosh, I did not realize it's after midnight. Oh my gosh, it's now the 22nd of July. Nicole, it's been awesome. Thank you. Tell Daryl Paul, thank him for being on with me. I guess if you don't have any more questions or anything, then I think I'm going to call it a night. Unless somebody else wants to ask something, I guess we'll call it a night. Okay, Nicole, thank you very much, and you made it very interesting, and we learned some really awesome things tonight. And you said you like to ask questions. You're really good. You really are good at that. And you get specific details, man. It's scary. I said when Nicole's asked a question, the hair goes back on the back of my neck goes up a little bit. Almost, not quite, but I just kind of reach back there and brush it back down again. So it's all cool. But nah, it's really good, and I really enjoy it. I love being asked questions, and I also like to ask questions. I used to be Frank Hammond is one of the most powerful deliverance ministers ever. I was the only one that ever interviewed him, according to him, correctly. Because I interview people by word of knowledge, believe that or not. And all of a sudden, I get a desire to ask about this, about that. And he told me, he said, Randy, you're the best interview I've ever had. I'm going like, really? Why? He said, I don't know. You just asked the right question. I go, really? And I knew back then, I asked questions about it. So asking questions is really big with getting somewhere. So that's why I think this new way we're going to do this is going to be awesome. All right, Nicole, thank you so much. All right, y'all. Y'all, I'm going to call it a night. This has been awesome, awesome, awesome. What a great night. Oh, my gosh. We started a new way of doing our shows and giving information out. Thanks to Daryl Paul and Nicole from DC. So we're going to call it a night. Good night, everybody. We love you. Bye-bye.